Hey hunters! Welcome back to Anime Fanfic Corner, the only place on YouTube dedicated exclusively to Hunter x Hunter audiobooks. Today we've got another awesome Hunter x Hunter fanfic for you, Endless Adventure. This fanfic does have 109 chapters, but I'm only gonna be covering 46 chapters as in mini fanfic for Saturdays and Sundays because it goes into another anime/world after that. So just 46 chapters. The link is the description if you want to keep reading the story. As always, huge shout out to the author, their info's in the description, so make sure to check them out and show some love for crafting this amazing story. If you're new here and love HXH as much as I do, consider dropping a like, subscribing, and officially becoming a hunter. To keep your immersion smooth, I only include intros and outros at the start and end of playlists, so you can enjoy the story with no interruptions. Also, keep an eye on the community posts. I'll be running polls and asking questions, and your input really helps shape what we do next on the channel. Alright, let's dive into it. Peace. Chapter 1. As long as I know myself, I was always a perfectionist. I always wanted to be perfect. Perfect in appearance, perfect in school, and most importantly I wanted to show myself as having a perfect character. I had high standards and anything average could not satisfy me. Why, you may ask? I yearned to be perfect? To find an answer you have to know more about me. It all started when I was 4 years old. My mom and dad died from car crash. I was told that my father had an asthma attack when he was driving. This caused him to crash into another car. As I was just a child, I really don't have many memories with them. I only remember they spoiled me with many gifts. My uncle took me in after my parents' deaths. I lived with him for 4 more years, after which he too died. He was a banker and he died during armed robbery. He too had an asthma attack because of all the stress caused by the robbers. They fled just after his death. He was a light-hearted individual, always smiling so warmly. He was a great guardian, always helping me with my problems. When neighborhood boys bullied me, he would threaten them that he would tell their parents, and he guaranteed that they would be spanked. He was liked by everyone in the neighborhood and was friendly to strangers. He never had a chance to create a family and died young. His death had caused me a great blow. That's when I started to train myself so that I could live longer. Thankfully I had no asthma like my uncle and dad, or any other kind of bacterial disease. I trained day and night, always being in my peak condition. After the death of my uncle, I was raised by my grandparents. My mom was an orphan and I never knew anyone from my mother's side. Just like my uncle, they took care of me. They were overprotective as I was their only heir. They were a lot stricter than my uncle. They always made me learn. After years, learning became my habit just as training. I trained to not die young like my parents and uncle, and learned more to make my grandparents more happy. Sadly, my grandparents died when I was 16 years old. My grandmother got pregnant with my father when she was over 40 years old, and I was adopted when she was already 74 years old, and she died when she turned 82. My grandfather died shortly after from late stages of Alzheimer's. My fear of death was all-time high, leading me to exercise more. I majored in pre-med to become a doctor. I was really interested in anatomy. Using my anatomical knowledge, I tried to create a perfect body by constant exercises. Exercising body was important, but I also meditated to control my emotions. I meditated under the sun and during a nighttime. I meditated fully clothed and I meditated butt naked. I meditated under a waterfall and over the waterfall. I meditated in quiet places and I meditated under loud noises. All of my hard working paid itself. I was always number 1. I won many gold medals for my school and earned many scholarships. I was also popular with girls. My looks were a little bit above average, but I had a great physique. And I'm now 20 years old. I'm a student in Columbia University. I have a bright future ahead of me, where I further improve my body and learn more about this world. Or so I thought. When I was crossing the street, I was hit by a truck. My skull was crushed by its wheels and my perfect body with 6 packs was instantly turned into a pile of goo. You may ask, how am I narrating my life story if I'm dead? I don't know. Only thing I know is that I am floating in cosmos-like space for many years. There every day, every hour, every minute, and every second I felt intense pain. Worst thing is that my precious time was wasted when if I was alive I could have trained my body to its fullest. After many years of physical and mental torture I was transported into a white room. Room was a small one and was decorated like an office. Room had a latest for my time at least, Apple computer over the wooden table. Computer was used by an old person with long white beard who wore a white suit. You could already guess who it is by just looking at his long white beard. He was of course very genuine and real, Santa Claus. Chapter 2. So Mr. Claus, why am I here? I asked him as politely as possible. He was the person who can dictate what happens to me. I am God, he declared proudly. He continued by saying, not some lowly made-up fat ass, who likes to drink Coca-Cola. Pepsi is the best soda made by humankind. How the heck our conversation turned into discussion about sodas, I thought to myself. Even though I was annoyed by his talk about soda, I never complained. Instead, with a smile, I asked, why am I here? Didn't I die? Is this where I get judged? No. This is my office and you are here because you passed a specific test, he answered. A test? I asked, confused. Yes, do you remember when you were tortured by some force for many years? He asked. Yes, I do, I answered honestly. That force is not some sadistic torture that I made to just make my job more fun. It is a test. Every person after death is transported to there. Their time is irrelevant, which means person could be tortured there forever and in real world it would pass like a second. He continued by saying, of course no one could withstand the torture infinitely. So I made a time limit. Every person who persists there for 100 years could get 3 wishes. After which you can be reborn in any world possible, be it fictional or non-fictional. You can only choose one world if you don't use one of your wishes. Mr. God took a breath, then kept talking. You, Mr. Darby, passed my test. So you can have 3 wishes granted. God told me. I thought for a bit and asked, how many people passed your test? Mr. God grinned. 1 person passes for every 10 million people. It's this easy to pass your test? I asked. Easy? He asked, looking at me all confused. Every year more than 50 million people die. Which means at least 5 people passed your test this year, I said, looking right to his eye. I stopped to take a breath and continued, this means that you gave all those 5 people 3 wishes each before they were reborn. If this trend continues after 100 years more than 500 people would reborn and you have to grant 1,500 wishes, I stated. Actually, never mind my words, I'm ready, I said. My first wish is to travel around all over the different fictional worlds, which includes any comics universe or multiverse, any anime world and any movie world. My second wish is to never ever meet any world travelers like me. Make the world that I'm visiting totally isolated. Those people are too dangerous, so it's better to avoid fighting world hoppers, I said. I can easily grant you your second wish, but for the first wish I have to put some limitations, he said. First of all, you could not leave your current world if you did not complete one main quest that I give to you. After completing that quest you could travel to other world. Second, you have to follow rules of the world. For example, if you received fire magic from your last world, you can't use magic in your next world if that world has no magic. You can't just introduce magic to a world that was never meant to be magic-based, he said to me, looking all serious. Mr. God took a breath and continued, I will create a basic system for you that will show your stats and your mission for that world to help you. This system would not make you stronger or give you any cheat ability. It will just show your stats and mission. I thought for a minute and agreed. Then Mr. God asked me to choose world to start with. Can I choose to be reincarnated specific person? I asked. Yes. He answered me smiling. I could never reach perfection without enough talent. To reach perfection I need a body that has no limit. First person that came to my mind was Saitama from One Punch Man, As the name implies, he is a beast that could one-punch any monster he faces. But after a moment of thought I rejected this choice. Saitama may be strongest anime character or even strongest fictional character, he is still human. He can't fly, or is he immortal? My second choice were Pillarmen from JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. They are immortal vampires that can turn people into vampires and absorb them. They also could develop special ability like magma veins. And if I use Stone Mask with Redstone of Asia, I could turn into Ultimate Being. This means I can create life and change my body any way possible. This also makes Pillarmen immune to sunlight, which is their only weakness. There are even more choices if I think about it. Cell and Frieza from DBZ could get infinitely stronger. And Alucard from Hellsing is another undefeated vampire. There were so many choices that I could not even choose 16. It took me almost an hour, but I finally made a choice. I looked at Mr. God, took a deep breath and said I would like to be reincarnated as, Chapter 3. I looked at Mr. God, took a deep breath and said I would like to be reincarnated in a world of JoJo's Bizarre Adventures as a Pillar Man. I chose Pillar Men for many reasons, first of which is because they are immortal. They could live forever, and in the world of JoJo's they were regarded as gods. Every member of this race is highly intelligent and possesses extraordinary strength. The Pillar Men's most dangerous trait is their superior intelligence. They are capable of perfect recall and are able to instantly analyze and understand the mechanics behind anything, including complicated things such as languages, machinery, tactics, systems, and people's minds and actions, within a matter of seconds. Santana, weakest and dumbest member of this race, instantly learned the procedure to disassemble a gun that might have taken a human hours to learn, and as it does he was able to match Joseph in wits. Not mentioning their greatest show of intelligence, which is creation of stone masks. Stone Mask uses acupuncture to turn people into vampires, which later could be absorbed by Pillar Men to further strengthen themselves. They are also good at fighting and have enhanced senses. Experienced Pillar Men could create their own fighting style based on one element, which are referred as modes. Most importantly, I chose Pillar Men because they are a race that could evolve into an ultimate being. Using the stone masks and combining it with Redstone of Asia, Pillar Men could turn into ultimate life form. After turning into ultimate life form, Pillar Men would be unaffected by sunlight, which is their only weakness. Ultimate life form can also use ripple energy, which is basically energy that is harnessed from sun that can kill normal Pillar Men. Ultimate life form could also reshape their body on a cellular level to that of any kind of human, animal or plant. This ability could even protect them from magma and lava. Ultimate life form is one of the most perfect beings in world of fiction. Also, I really want to meet Kars, who is main antagonist of JoJo's Part 2. I really like him because he too seeks perfection just like me. Most importantly, he achieved perfection by turning into an ultimate life form. Mr. God hesitantly answered me by saying I can reincarnate you as a Pillar Man, if you want to. But it is really risky because your soul is too weak. What I'm saying is that your soul can't control your new body. Races such as Pillar Men have many advantages, and to fully use it you need stronger soul. You are human and your soul fits the human body well. If I transport your soul and body of another race, you could never fully control that body. Your soul may even get destroyed by the soul of the Pillar Man, killing you as a result. So you are saying it's better for me to reincarnate as a human? I asked him. Yes, he answered. I thought for a minute and said, then reincarnate me as Uchiha Madara from Naruto series. Uchiha clan is one of the most overpowered clans in all of anime. They have billions and billions of abilities with a great variety. And Uchiha Madara is the greatest member of this clan. He is one of the smartest characters in Naruto series. He was a mastermind who planned out 4th Shinobi World War, the most cruelest and fiercest war in Naruto world history. He is also one of the strongest characters in Naruto series. He fought against Shinobi Alliance using only taijutsu, and he annihilated the 5 Kages synonymously. Kage is the leader of Ninja Village and they are strongest in their village. And Madara easily beat 5 Kages up. Mr. God looked at me and said, Uchiha Madara is a bad choice too. Main reason being he is reincarnation of Indra Otsutsuki and your soul would instantly be destroyed by his. Also Otsutsuki clan is from race of aliens, so reincarnation as a Hagoromo is almost impossible. I was ashamed of myself when Mr. God said this to me. I forgot to consider it and it was really embarrassing. After thinking for a minute I couldn't come up with any idea. I can't reincarnate as a different race, and human race sucks if you yourself are not reincarnation of some deity. I could only reincarnate as someone like Saitama who has a lot of potential but is limited by his race. That's when I remembered a particular race that was compatible with my human soul. That's not all that races king could even rival ultimate life form pillar men. I looked at Mr. God and said, reincarnate me as a human in a world of Hunter x Hunter. 17 years before the start of the story. Chapter 4. Thinking about my future plans, I walked next to Mr. God and said, my third wish is to have immortal soul. Immortal soul? He looked at me confused. Make so that even when my body is destroyed or digested and eaten, I could still think and possess someone. I answered him. He looked at me and answered, I can make it happen if you like to. But your soul will be unable to possess any adult or creature with complex mind. You could only possess child who is still forming consciousness. Nothing more was needed for me. Hunter x Hunter world has many fascinating creatures, and one example of these creatures are chimera ants, also known as gourmet ants. As the name implies, this species of ant can consume several times of their own weight. Important part is that chimera ant queens possess unique method of reproduction known as phagogenesis, reproduction through devouring. By eating other creatures, a chimera ant queen can impart the characteristics of ingested creatures onto the next generation of chimera ants it gives birth to. She can produce up to 5 ants with one meal. To take advantage of the genes of a particular species, chimera ants have been known to feed until the fodder species is driven to extinction in its ecosystem. Humans are known to be extremely nutritious fodder for chimera ant queens. Each generation of chimera ants is profoundly different from the one that preceded it, and even individual ants from the same generation exhibit profound genetic differences, which are expressed by their unique appearance, a fodder species/ant hybrid, the former component depending on the queen's diet. Genes from multiple species can be mixed in the same ant. Thanks to the unique method of reproduction of the species, chimera ant soldiers often inherit advantageous traits of the fodder species the queen fed on. Should the prey in question be humans, the resulting ants will be more intelligent than ones born from wild animals to different extents, stronger, have the ability to talk, learn and operate machinery such as firearms, and even the potential to use nen. Some of the more primitive ones are capable of feeling aura without seeing it, possibly due to their superior affinity with nature. Higher-ranked soldier ants are born with the ability to see aura. Chimera ants, or at least the ones born with human genes, have the potential to recollect events that occurred to the individuals whose genetic material they ended up inheriting, to the point some of them consider themselves as being the exact same person reborn. These memories are the reason some of them were able to talk right after being born. This is most likely because humans have stronger souls and this allows them to survive the process of phagogenesis. 10. I wished for immortal soul just so that I can guarantee to survive process of phagogenesis. After I get reborn as a chimera ant I can finally get body that has the chance to become ultimate life form. My new body mixed with genes of many creatures would not have a limit. This is clearly shown in anime as even normal chimera ant soldier could easily kill experienced fighter. And the king of chimera ants could overpower one of the greatest nen users just by relying on physical power, not even using nen to strengthen body. I looked at Mr. God and said, reincarnate me as a human in a world of Hunter x Hunter. 17 years before the start of the story. Why 17 years before start of the story? He asked. I mockingly looked at him and said, I need time to train my body and learn how to use nen, before storyline starts. As I'm not a genius like the main characters, it would take me few years just to learn basics of nen. Do you prefer to be born in any family or place? He asked me. I would like to be born in Meteor City. I answered him. Meteor City is a junkyard city inhabited by outcasts. People who live there do not exist in any official records, and the existence of the city itself is known to very few people. It's an extremely dangerous dog-eat-dog place. But it's also place of birth of many strong fighters such as Phantom Troop, and Zoldyck family butler Goto and servant Canary. It's an ideal place to train. Is there anything more, or can I start your reincarnation? Mr. God asked me. I thought for a minute and answered, you can start. After I said those words I felt dizzy and slowly closed my eyes. Amidst many garbages and rotting humans, in a small shabby-looking house made of wood, there was a woman holding a sleeping 2-year-old boy. Little boy slowly opened his eyes and looked around the house. His eyes showed some kind of intelligence that 2-year-old could never exhibit. I opened my eyes and first thing that faced me was unfamiliar woman fast asleep. Both of us were inside a small empty house. There were few furnishings in the house, but all of them were old and broken. It just looked like a garbage. I looked at the mirror and saw a toddler that looked like a 1 to 2-year-old. Children start forming memories around age of 2 but slowly forget them. At only age of 7 children could form permanent memories. That is the reason why only now I can remember my past memories. I again looked around the house and inside of me excitement was flaring up. Chapter 5. Before reincarnation, God told me that He'll create a system that shows my stats and my mission in this world. He told me to travel to the next world I have to complete world mission. I tried to focus and make a system interface to appear. It appeared right in front of me. It showed greater than stats. Greater than strength pathetic, as expected from a child. Punch can't even hurt an insect. Greater than speed non-existent, can't even stand on 2 legs. Greater than durability weak, can be killed by any older child. Greater than intelligence above average, exceptional for his age. Greater than abilities. Greater than mind immortal soul, has indestructible soul. Has weak possession power. Greater than body none. Greater than supernatural none. Greater than mission follow the canon storyline, but accomplish tasks stated below. 1. Participate in Hunter's exam and become a hunter. 2. Fight Hisoka. 3. Become Nen Master. 4. Fight Netero before he is dead. 5. Visit and play Greed Island. 6. Fight a royal guard ant. Greater than progress 0%. Greater than status calm, confused. I carefully analyzed what system interface was showing, but was still confused. First of all, why are my stats not represented by numbers but words? And those words were so painful. Also, what is it with my abilities? Why are they divided into 3 categories? But the greatest problem was the world mission. I have keep storyline the same but have to do so many stuff. Any of the tasks above could create a butterfly effect and change the storyline. First and second tasks were easy, as by the time storyline starts I would be fairly strong. Second task may look hard but it only says I have to fight Hisoka, not beat him. Third task is hard as it takes a person decade to master Nen. Fourth, fifth and sixth tasks are almost impossible to complete and not affecting canon storyline 3. When I was in the thinking of the way to accomplish tasks, sensation of hunger overtook me and I was reminded that I was just a child and I'm needed a feeding. Chapter 6. 6 years passed since the time I remembered my past life. Many changes occurred during these 6 years. In this life I was an orphan who was left in Meteor City. There are many children like me here. Thankfully I was adopted by a nice woman. Her name is Beatrix and she is 34 years old. She too was left here in Meteor City just after her birth. She is a tall woman with above average looks. She found me next in a pile of garbage next to her house. Maybe she pitied me and took me to her house. I didn't know what was my name as my parents were too lazy to pick a name for me and just threw me away. I called myself Darby just like my past life. I had average looks. I just looked like any other isekai anime protagonist, bland, boring and looked extremely average. Only difference is I don't have a harem full different archetype of girls. I was not the first child she found. I have 4 older brothers. They all were thrown into Meteor City just like me. 5 of us created a little gang. In the Meteor City we as little kids have to form groups to even survive here. My oldest brother is called Damon and he is 12 years old. When Beatrix found him, half of his face was burned. Most likely his parents threw him away for this reason. As oldest he is our leader. He has a muscular build that was almost impossible for 12-year-old. When I was just eating my breakfast with Damon, someone kicked the door and came hurrying up. He was a kid 9 years old. He was so skinny that even little gust of wind could carry him away. He is one of my older brothers, Axel. Panting Axel looked over Damon and said, "Boss, losers from the west side ambushed Enzo and Reese. It's all because we took stuff from their territory. They send me here for reinforcements." Axel was bad at fighting as he had a weak body from birth. When Beatrix found him, his bones could be seen from his skin. He had some kind of disease that made him always skinny. But he was fast on his legs. We live in the southern parts of the Meteor City. There is a lot less crime here in southern parts than in central part of the city. Many people here leave from garbage that was thrown here. Last week we stole some car parts from West Side. Then we sold them for quite a buck. Now kids from West Side is here to get revenge. I looked at Axel and asked, "How many people?" "There are 10 kids, which is not a problem for Enzo and Reese, but those losers invited adults in from the central part of the city. They are quite strong," he answered. I looked at Damon and both of us stood up. Damon was visibly angry. He was so angry that his face looked more devilish. Both of us rushed out and followed after Axel. It took us 5 to 7 minutes from our house to the place of ambush. From afar I could see 10 kids from age of 10 and 14. There were also 3 adults who were beating up 2 kids. When I looked at that scene, both of my eyes turned bloodshot. I increased my pace and punched the adult that was closest to me. He had no time to dodge that strike and he took dozens of steps back. I did not stop. I ran next to him and repeatedly sent punches to his stomach, his face and to his nuts. Damon took on 2 adults. He too was angry. I started training 4 years ago. I started with light exercises and slowly increased intensity of my training. This is what my stats are showing. Greater than stats. Greater than strength, not too bad. Your punch can seriously damage a kid the same age as you. Greater than speed, impressive. You have a talent for running away. Greater than durability, weak, as expected from an 8-year-old. Greater than intelligence, impressive. Stop fighting and go to school. You have a talent for learning. Greater than abilities. Greater than mind, immortal soul, has indestructible soul. Has weak possession power. Greater than body, none. Greater than supernatural, none. Greater than mission, follow the canon storyline, but accomplish tasks stated below. 1. Participate in Hunter's exam and become a hunter. 2. Fight Hisoka. 3. Become Nen Master. 4. Fight Netero before he is dead. 5. Visit and play Greed Island. 6. Fight a Royal Guard Ant. Greater than progress, 0%. Greater than status, angry. Under my repeated attacks, the guy couldn't retaliate and fainted. After I finished this guy, I looked over Damon. When I looked, I couldn't close my mouth. It was a total massacre. 2 adults were on the floor with bended legs and arms. Kids from the west side were already taken care by the Enzo and Reese. Enzo was second oldest in our group. He was younger than Damon for a few months. He was extremely tall for his age. He was good at fighting and he was also very intelligent. Reese is third oldest in our group and he looked like a sunny kid with warm heart. But actually he is one sadistic mode #R. He was cruelest of us. When beating up the kids from west side, he intentionally broke few of their ribs, scared their faces with a knife, cut a few of their fingers and broke their limbs. He was my idol. He was perfect when dealing with problems. After his fights, no one in their right mind would come for a revenge. 5 of us grew together and our bond was stronger than blood-related siblings. Here in Meteor City, the trust in friends and family is most important factor for survival. Chapter 7. Meteor City is divided into 5 different districts, which are West District, East District, North District, South District, and Central District. All of Meteor City is governed by Assembly of Elders. Assembly creates laws and regulations in Meteor City. They also hold absolute power. There are 5 members of Assembly, each chosen from the 5 districts. Member of Assembly only changes when one of the members dies. New member was chosen from the same district as the dead one. As they hold great power, Assembly member almost never leaves the city, so that they could never be endangered. That's why Assembly member changes only after decades. Meteor City is known for its 2 specialties. One of them is known by everyone, which is that Meteor City is greatest landfill. You can get rid of anything here, be it just normal garbage, unwanted children, illegal and fatal weapons, and dead bodies. Anything in this world can end up in Meteor City. Second specialty of the Meteor City is assassination. It is known for only minorities. There are many orphans unwanted by their parent in Meteor City. To use them for their utmost use, Assembly created an assassin organization. Every year exam would be held for everyone who wants to join the organization. It's just like a hunter exam, but this exam is easier to pass than hunter exam. This year me and Damon are trying to join organization. If I could, I never would have joined this organization, as it would limit my freedom. I have no other choice than to join organization. All because of few reasons. One of the reasons is I don't have any identification like most the people in Meteor City. Only those who join organization could get themselves an ID to leave Meteor City. Other and most important reason to join organization is to learn about Nen. Nen is the technique that allows a living being to use and manipulate their own life energy, aka aura. Aura is the life energy produced by all living bodies vital for survival. Aura from all parts of the body has a tendency to flow together, producing one mass of energy. This happens without the individual's awareness, typically resulting in a slow leak of aura continually escaping the body. The pores or points on the body from which aura flows out from are called aura nodes. In normal conditions, aura leaks away constantly without exceedingly harmful consequences. However, if someone whose aura nodes are fully open does not attempt to close them or control the flow of their aura, they will soon grow so fatigued they will be unable to stand or even lose consciousness. A student learning Nen trains to manually open and close their aura nodes so they can control the flow of their aura. One typically learns this process slowly and gradually through meditation. But this process takes years or even decades. Only 9 years left till the story begins, as such I don't have time to waste. Thankfully there is a second method which is called initiation, which consists in forcing the aura nodes open via an influx of aura. But compared to the meditation, this method is far more dangerous and could be fatal. As one of the most known assassin organizations, organization has many Nen users. Plus, assassination is the best way to obtain money. Me and Damon were applying to be 1-star assassins. Assassins in the organization is divided and ranked by the stars. 1-star assassin being weakest and 5-star being strongest. I looked at Damon, who was clearly excited, and said, "When does the exam start?" He immediately answered, 3 hours. We got to start moving. After saying this, he started to go in a direction of Central District where examination would be held. In his hand he only held a phone. After an hour and a half, we arrived before an abandoned plot of land where warning signs were all over the place. Normally no one could enter territory of an organization if he was not the member. If someone entered here they would immediately killed. We were not killed for one reason, which was a phone I and Damon were holding. It had no practical use and could only send signals. These phones were taken from the adults we took care of. They likely applied to join organization, which takes a lot of time. Anyone could apply to be an assassin, even weaklings like them. This helped us a lot. Even thought they applied for it, but there is a rule that states anyone can get the phones and become applicant himself. We walked for a couple of minutes before we faced many people which more likely were applicants just like us. When we arrived we were given number tags after we gave back the phones. We were asked to wait. After an hour and a half examination started. Every applicant entered one by one. We were at the back of the group. We were led to a big training hall. Examiner split applicants up into groups. First group started the exam. They examined them on side-to-side jumps for 30 seconds, 1500-meter run, weightlifting, shot put, vertical jumping, whack-a-mole, and punching machine. Exam ended easily and both me and Damon passed the exam without problem. Why, you may ask? Exam was easy. It's because one-star assassin is just a cannon fodder who is just a pawn in organization's hands. Exam may look easy but not any average Joe can pass it. As I trained my body 24/7 in my past life, my journey this life was a lot easier. When training I would not make any mistakes that could harm my body. Also, people of Hunter's Hunter world have stronger bodies than people from Earth. Damon and me went back home after the exam. As we were just rookies, we get 3 months of training before our organization sends us to work. Chapter 8. Learning then was harder than I though. Already 1 month passed the time I joined the organization. First of all, one-star assassin has no authority, and to learn then one has to be at least 4-star assassin. Most important part is that before I advance in ranks I would most likely be brainwashed by the organization. After some thought it makes sense. Nen users are really powerful. One great example of their raw power was a fight between Phantom Troop member Uvogin and Mafia. In that fight Uvogin massacred Mafia members and nothing could stop him. Mafia members used varying weapons from shotguns to rocket launchers, but it was useless before him. In that fight Uvogin received not even a scratch where Mafia members were annihilated. To control the Nen users, organization tries to brainwash its members before they get stronger. During my month of training I was subjected to different types of brainwashing. First sign of brainwashing was attack on my self-esteem. Using their superior position, teachers ridiculed and mocked me under pretext of mind training. Using pretext of body training they subjected me to physical abuse, one of many brainwashing techniques. They deprived me of my sleep and kept me cold and hungry. Teachers also used repetitive music. Studies have shown that if you play a repetitive beat, most ideally one that ranges from 45 to 72 beats per minute, you can induce an extremely hypnotic state. This is because that repetition is very close to the rhythm of the beat of a human heart. This rhythm can alter your consciousness until you have reached what is known as an alpha state, where you are 25 times more suggestible as you would be in a beta state. And finally they used peer pressure where they pushed who were already brainwashed to contact me. Why, I'm sure I'm being brainwashed. That's all thanks to my system. When I last checked system my status showed that I was brainwashed. After knowing it, went to check on Damon. Under 3 months of training we had to live in premises of the organization. I went to his room. There he was talking with his roommate. He was a sunny boy with spiked blonde hair. He gave off warm feeling. I walked next to Damon and asked, "What are you doing?" He happily looked at me and answered, "We were just talking about our training, nothing interesting." I smiled and looked at Sunny Boy and said, "Nice to meet you. My name is Darby, I'm Damon's younger brother." He looked over to me and said, "Nice to meet you too. I'm not gonna disturb you." After saying that he left the room. I closed the door and sat next to Damon. I took a deep breath and with a serious tone I said, "I suspect we are being brainwashed by the organization. I just wanted to remind you to be more vigilant or you may get brainwashed." He looked at me and couldn't say anything. After few minutes he calmed down and answered me, "I understand." I have never seen him so serious. In a first glance Damon may look like an archetype of a musclehead character who thinks with his fists not with his brain. But in actuality he is quite clever or we'd never have chosen him as our leader. I talked with him for a few minutes before I left. So that organized suspects anything. There are many security camera around the hallways and if I stay with Damon more teachers may suspect something. Even thought they tried to brainwash me, their training was still effective, as my stats clearly increased. Greater than stats. Greater than strength, good, you can break baseball bat using one punch. Greater than speed, impressive, you have a talent for running away. Greater than durability, not too bad, all thanks to the body training learned in the organization. Greater than intelligence, impressive, seriously why the heck you need to be an assassin? Go to school and learn. Greater than abilities. Greater than mine immortal soul, has indestructible soul. Has weak possession power. Greater than body none. Greater than supernatural none. Greater than miscellaneous skills basic hand-to-hand combat, basic firearms mastery, basic sniping, basic soundless movement, basic knife mastery, basic sword mastery. Greater than mission follow the canon storyline, but accomplish tasks stated below. 1. Participate in Hunter's exam and become a hunter. 2. Fight Hisoka. 3. Become Nen Master. 4. Fight Netero before he is dead. 5. Visit and play Greed Island. 6. Fight a Royal Guard Ant. Greater than progress 0%. Greater than status safe, under brainwash. I was really surprised when I looked at system interface as it showed my new skills. During my training I was taught how to deal with firearms and cold weapons. I never thought they would show up as miscellaneous skills. I was really impressed by this. 2 months flew by and our training was over. Finally came the day for our first mission. I was assigned to group number 7 and Damon was assigned to group 11. I was asked to report to Mission Hall. There they send me to 7th floor to the room number 77. When I entered the room I was welcomed by 5 guys there. This was the group I was assigned to for my first mission. Chapter 9. When I entered the room, I was welcomed by 5 strangers. Wait, actually 4 strangers. There was a familiar face that just asks for a beating. He was that sunny boy I met in my brother's room. One thing that watching anime has taught me was to never trust always smiling guy. I just gave him a glance and quickly looked away. So doesn't suspect anything. Then I looked at other 4 people. Most notable person of them all was the big guy in the middle. He looked to be around 30 years of age and on his chest there were 3 stars representing he was a tree star assassin. His bulging muscles looked comedic with his small head. Other 3 looked like teenagers and most likely rookies like me. Sunny guy also had just 1 star but strange feeling was emanating from him. He too may be a 3-star assassin or it may be my imagination. I took a seat next to the door and looked at the big guy. After I sat down big guy started to tell about the mission. Our mission was just to take care of a little gang in a city next Meteor City. It was just a small gang that had less than 50 people. One of its members had raped and killed the daughter of our employer. When he went there to ask for the guy that killed his daughter his legs were broken. He spent all his fortune to hire an assassin from the organization. Our plan was simple. 3 people would enter from the back door of their headquarters. Other 3 would act like snipers and kill all those who try to escape. Big guy whose name was Kason looked at me and the sunny boy whose name was Miles and said, "You 2 would enter the base with me." I hurriedly disagreed with him by saying, "I'm just a 9-year-old kid, how could I be in front lines?" Kason annoyingly looked at me and said, "I saw your training results, you are quite good at close combat." That was of course a lie as I always showed average abilities in all of the classes and never stood out. But here he was saying that I was good at close combat. It made me feel bad as I was grouped with most dangerous guys in my group. I wanted to disagree with him but after I looked at his clearly angry face words couldn't exit my mouth. Meeting ended quickly and we went to the armory to get ammunition and firearms. There I took 2 tactical knives made from cold steel and 1 handgun. After leaving the armory we boarded the truck and went to the city that gang was situated. After 40 minutes we exited the truck. I looked around and my eyes landed on the 3-story building, which was our destination. It was a headquarters of Blue Rose Gang. Kason signaled other 3 guys to stay as I and Miles followed him. We easily located the back door which was guarded by 2 guys. They both were sleepy and bored. Kason took out a pebble and shot it at the metal dumpster that was opposite to our position. 2 guards took out their rifles and looked to see what happened. After they turned their back, Kason and Miles attacked from the back and cut their throats. This further proved that Miles was not easy to deal with. After dumping the corpses to the dumpster, we entered the building. Before coming we already studied the structure of the building so we quickly went to the boss's room. In our way there were 3 bodyguards. I took out my tactical knife and cut the throat of the guy closest to me. He was not the first person I have killed, as I already killed people when living in Meteor City. After killing that bodyguard, I took out my gun equipped with a silencer and shot the other 2 bodyguards. Our plan went smoothly as we got rid of the gang leaders one by one. At last we arrived before the last room where the gang's leader was. Kason told me to go open a door. I followed his orders. When I was nearing the door, I looked at my status bar and I was shocked by what I saw. It stated I was at gunpoint. Without looking back, I went in front of the door. Before the door, I took out my gun and shot at Kason and Miles, after which I took a cover inside the room. Room was nicely decorated with many expensive furniture. There in a table, our target was having a nice time with his girlfriend. I took out my tactical knife and waited in ambush before the door. After few seconds, door was full of holes from the bullets shot by the Kason and Miles. After they used up all the bullets, Kason and Miles entered the room. I quickly pounced at Kason as he was the bigger and easier target. I cut his throat and made a distance between Miles and me. Miles looked at me and smiling he said, "Why did you attack us?" I mockingly looked at him and said, "If I didn't, I would already be dead. Why do you want to kill me?" He stopped smiling and said, "You don't need to know the reason." After saying those words, he too took about his knife and pounced at me. Chapter 10. I blocked Miles's attack using my knife, after which I kicked his legs. He dodged my kick by stepping back. I took my second knife and aimed it at his free hand. He took 3 steps back. Not letting him to escape, I jumped at him. When I was nearing him, he kicked my stomach to make a distance. I blocked his kick with my arms but was sent flying from the impact. After landing, I took out my gun and started to shoot him with it. He took a cover using the table next to him. I used up all of my ammunition. I threw my gun at him as a distraction so I can come closer to him. When he was distracted, using my knives, I injured his arm. I took out my other knife and tried to stab his eyes, but before my knives landed on his eyes, he punched my stomach. After which he made a distance. He looked at me and said, "You are good, but you are nothing in front of real power that exists in this world." After saying those words, he ran up to me and punched my face. I wanted to block his punch, but it was a lot stronger than before. Smiling, he said to me, "See, this is what real power looks like. This power is named Ten. It's one of the 4 major principles of Nen. Never mind, you may not even know what this is." After saying that, he threw many punches at my vital organs. Ten is the process of keeping the nose open, but also having aura flow through and around the body rather than away from it. Once maintained, it creates a shroud around the user that feels similar to standing in a lukewarm, viscous fluid. 10 maintains youthful vigor and reduces one's aging. Since the energy powering the body no longer leaks away, one can keep the body from breaking down and deter the aging process. 10 is the most basic defense against emotional Nen attacks, and it also offers limited protection against physical attacks which are not powered by aura, and it also enhances your power by little bit. I tried to run away from him, but he was little bit faster. He kicked my legs and stopped me from running. Then he sent me many punches. I tried to attack back, but my stacks were weakened by the 10 that surrounded him. My attacks couldn't deal any damage to him. I tried to get my knife from the floor, but before that he kicked me away. He looked at me and said, "Do you want to know why we wanted to kill you? It's all because your brother Damon, as he is one of the geniuses that use Nen uncontrollably. Nen is like any other skill, in that there are those who can learn it faster than others. Some are able to discover and learn to manipulate their aura on their own without having formally learned it. These individuals are typically known as geniuses. Your brother can use one of the basic Nen techniques known as Ren. Ren focuses on outputting a larger amount of aura than 10, projecting it outwards explosively. This amplifies the user's physical strength and durability and provides a large pool of aura for any advanced techniques or individual skills they decide to use, albeit at the cost of expending said aura. Miles stopped for a minute and continued, "Emotions and Nen are connected. By killing you we could awaken his talents that lay dormant within him." After he said that, he again attacked me with fury of punches. At that moment I started to see smoke coming from my body. This was the sign of every aura nodes being opened on my body, including ones that are in my eyes. Because I came in contact with Nen, it opened all of my aura nodes. I wasted no time and closed my eyes. Then I visualized aura flowing like blood throughout my body. From the top of my head to my right shoulder, to my hand, before passing throughout my legs, to the left side. And finally I visualized that flow beginning to ebb and hovering around my body. It felt like I was covered in warm mucus. This was 10. I knew it because I saw it on anime. Miles was shocked and he couldn't say anything. I looked at him and said, "What did you told me about real power?" He stuttered as he said, "How could you use 10 so fast? No one can do it that fast." I looked at him and said, "That's because I'm the main character and you are just another mob character who dies from my hands." As I said that, I jumped at him and sent a punch right to his face. Chapter 11. Miles was scared shitless from my show of talent and was trying to run away. Of course I couldn't let him go as he could alert the organization. I ran up and picked up my knife. I tried to extend my 10 around the weapon to perform Shu. I failed my attempt as I just now learned 10 and my control over it still lacked. Shu is an advanced application of 10. Shu allows a user of Nen to enshroud an object with their aura, allowing them to use that object as an extension of their own body. For example, one could use Shu to extend their 10 around a weapon, which would strengthen and protect it. I threw my knife at Miles and he didn't even try to dodge it. My knife made a contact with his 10 and weakened it. I ran after him and attacked the exact place that was weakened by my knife. He turned around and tried to punch me but couldn't penetrate my 10. I easily beat him up and finally killed him. I went next to the window and observed the 3 other rookies. If I could I would have killed them too, but I had to leave them alive. I went to the garage and took gasoline from the cars and stored it in plastic containers. After filling up the containers I started to spill gasoline all over the building. Thankfully there were a lot of flammable materials in a building. Using a match I borrowed from the gang member I started the fire. Fire quickly spread through synthetic fibers. I covered myself with 10 so that I don't get burned. 10 also protected me from smoke coming from the fire. I exited the building carefully so that 3 rookies could not locate me. They were too scared to enter the building and contacted the organization. I left them alive so that they would be my shields. No one exited the building so they would tell the organization that everyone who was inside died. Organization most likely would think I died in a battle, and before my death I trapped Kason and Miles in a building to die with me. I just hope that the organization has no Nen user that could locate people. Or I would be screwed. They underestimated me this time and only send Nen apprentice, but if they send a Nen master I would die before knowing what killed me. I looked at my stats as there was some change there. Greater than stats. Greater than strength, pretty good, you can barely push open the smallest doors of the testing gate. Greater than speed, impressive, you have a talent for running away. Greater than durability, good, you can survive few bullet shots. Greater than intelligence, impressive, now you are no longer an assassin. It's a good time to start learning. You can become a great scholar. Greater than abilities. Greater than mind, immortal soul, has indestructible soul. Has weak possession power. Nen apprentice, 10. Greater than body, none. Greater than supernatural, none. Greater than miscellaneous skills, intermediate hand-to-hand combat, intermediate firearms mastery, intermediate sniping, intermediate soundless movement, intermediate knife mastery, intermediate sword mastery. Greater than mission, follow the canon storyline, but accomplish tasks stated below. 1. Participate in Hunter's exam and become a hunter. 2. Fight Hisoka. 3. Become Nen master. 4. Fight Netero before he is dead. 5. Visit and play Greed Island. 6. Fight a royal guard ant. Greater than progress 0%. Greater than status safe. In my abilities section it showed that I was Nen apprentice and I know only 10. I didn't know where to go now. I can't go back to the Meteor City as I would die there. I couldn't even travel the world as I don't have any identification papers, and I couldn't use the one given by the organization. I could participate in Heaven's Arena, but that would make too many changes in the storyline. Jin and Killua would visit it in the future, and that's where they would learn about Nen. The only option that I could consider is taking Hunter exam and become a hunter. Hunter license has many benefits. Those include 195% of all public facilities can be used at no cost. Furthermore, all such services are provided at first class. 2. Unrivaled freedom to travel around the world. Access is granted to about 90% of countries which normally restrict the entry of outsiders, and access to 75% of areas that the general public is restricted or even prohibited from entering. 3. Reduced legal responsibility for murder. However, a hunter can be prosecuted after repeated acts of murder without justification or if they attack the envoy of a person with political authority. 4. The ability to sell the hunter license as a valuable collector's item. Though only the original owner of a hunter license can take advantage of its normal benefits, it can be still sold for enough money to support the seller's family for at least 7 generations or to guarantee lifetime material comfort. 5. The ability to use the license as collateral for a zero-interest loan of 100 million Jenny currency symbol. 6. Access to the Secret Hunters Only website, where secret intelligence about various subjects, uploaded by other hunters, can be purchased. 7. The ability to hire convicts under conditions of absolute obedience, with the possibility of shortening their sentences. This power extends to death row convicts, whom the hunter or a proxy of theirs can execute on the spot should they violate any terms of the agreement. 8. Exemption from certain educational and professional degree requirements. Comment. 9. The privilege to bypass certain age-restricted laws. I could also make some progress in my missions. But after some thought I declined to take Hunter exam as of right now because I had a better idea and how to complete 3 missions. Chapter 12. 8 years left till the storyline starts where Gon leaves his hometown Whale Island to take Hunter exam so that he can find his father. He participated in 287th Hunter exam and successfully became a hunter. There he met many friends and made many foes. One of the most popular villains in anime, Hisoka, was also introduced during that exam. But it was not his first time participating in Hunter exam. During 286 he was disqualified after he fought and almost killed one of the examiners. I can't participate in 287th Hunter exam because I would come in contact with main characters and could create an butterfly effect or something that sort. As I'm still weak, I don't have a 100% confidence I could pass the Hunter exam, so I would go to some mountain and train for 6 more years. During those 6 years organization would most likely think I'm dead, making my life more easier. After 6 years of training I would already learn all the advanced Nen techniques, qualifying me as a Nen master. I would spend in 1 more year as a bounty hunter to hone my skills and get more battle experience. Then I would join 286th Hunter exam. There I would fight Hisoka and try to survive a meeting with him, and become a hunter, also completing 2 more missions. 6 years later in a remote mountain, there stood a teenager 15 years of age. But looking at his body, no one would think that 15-year-old boy could have such a perfect and refined body. He had an 8-pack, but he was not overly muscular. His body was well proportioned and there was no visible fats. His only flaw was his average face. Before him stood a gigantic rock as big as a house. Teenage boy raised his hand and sent an average-looking punch at the rock. What followed was truly shocking, as the teenage kid easily broke the rock down with a punch. Teenage boy looked at the direction of the nearest city and started walking in that direction. 6 years have passed since the time I started my training in the mountains. Now I'm standing in front of a big rock to try out one of the advanced Nen techniques, which is named Ko. Ko is a combination of Ten, Zetsu, Ren, and Gyo, in which all of the user's aura is concentrated into one particular body part. Gyo is utilized to focus aura on a part of the body, while Ten is used to prevent it from dispersing. Zetsu is used to completely stop the flow of Nen in all other parts of the body, increasing the output in the desired area. With Ren, the amount of aura is increased even further. This makes that one body part extremely powerful, but at the cost of leaving the rest of the user's body completely unprotected. Due to the risk it carries, Ko is regarded as a purely offensive technique. An incomplete version of this technique can be utilized without Ren, primarily to master the other steps before increasing the amount of aura to concentrate and contain. You may ask, what is Gyo and Zetsu I mentioned above? Don't worry, that's what they are. Gyo is an advanced application of Ren by which a Nen user concentrates a larger than normal portion of their aura into one specific body part. It increases the strength of that one body part, but leaves the rest of the body more vulnerable. Gyo is most often used in the eyes, allowing an Nen user to see aura and Nen constructs concealed within, as well as traces of aura that's so faint that they might go unnoticed otherwise. While Ten allows a user to keep aura from leaking away from their body, Zetsu stops the flow of aura from their body altogether. By closing all of their aura nodes, the user is able to halt all outflow of their aura like water from a valve, making their presence much harder or even impossible to sense. Shutting off the nodes in their eyes prevents the user from being able to see aura, but, since they are no longer surrounded by their own aura, they become more sensitive to the aura of others. So I powered my fist with Ko and sent a punch towards a rock. Boulder was easily destroyed by my fist covered in Ko. If I was an enhancer, I would have destroyed the rock completely, as many enhancers use Ko as a Hatsu ability. I had finished my 6-year training in the mountains and was yearning to go back to civilization. I only spent there 6 years and got bored. But Isaac Netero spent decades training, which was too shocking for me. Now I was heading to the nearest internet cafe to research where I could find a good job. Chapter 13. I quickly found a job as a blacklist hunter. To get information on dangerous individuals you had to show hunter's license, but I skipped that process by showing my Ren. Ren could represent raw power of an individual and work as a guarantee of your skill. Of course it is not foolproof, as the Nen battles could be decided by not only quantity and density of your Nen but strategy, experience, and training. I was tasked with killing a serial killer who also was a Nen user. He was an enhancer and was last seen in a cafe in Angelo's Lost City. I arrived at the same cafe that he was seen in and asked waiters about him. They answered they didn't see anyone like that around. They did not look like they lied, so I just ordered chocolate ice cream. Enhancers are simple and determined. Most of them never lie, hide nothing, and are very straightforward in their actions or in their thinking. Their words and actions are often dominated by their feelings. They are generally very selfish and focused on their goals. This is reflected in their Nen, as enhancers typically rely on simple and uncomplicated Nen abilities. After remembering Hisoka's analysis of each Nen type and their personalities, I again looked at the information given to me. I looked at the victims of this serial killer and found out that they were all handsome young men and they were mutilated cruelly before being killed. Then I took a look at my target and understood why he would kill handsome young men. He was uglier than pig. If I had face like that, I would too kill handsome young men. Sadly, because I'm an isekai main character, my face is extremely average and I couldn't be a bait. Just as I was thinking how to find a handsome young man, my eyes landed on a waiter that was serving a table before me. He had such a perfect and refined face. I was so jealous of his looks that I too wanted to mutilate him but keep him alive so he can feel our misery. I now knew why he would come in this cafe before. But there was one problem, which is he came here 3 days ago but the waiter is still alive. I carefully looked over my papers and was sure that the serial killer only targeted handsome young men. Again I looked at the waiter and was trying to see if his face was natural or just a successful surgery. I risked and followed the waiter after he left from work. As I was tailing him, I used Zetsu to conceal my aura so that the serial killer would not run away from sensing my aura. I quietly followed him. Not after too long, big man in a trench coat came to the young man. I was sure it was the serial killer as his build was the same as in the picture. Before I could go and save the young man, the man in a trench coat kneeled before the waiter and asked, "Can you please date me?" I stopped in my tracks and doubted my hearing. I looked at the information given to me again and again, to confirm my hypothesis. It was not that he envied the handsome people, but he liked them and he killed those young men for rejecting to date him. And he didn't kill the waiter because he just now told him about his feelings. I took a step back and looked at the waiter to see his reaction. He was as I was shocked when I heard his words. He opened his mouth but words couldn't leave his mouth. And finally he braved himself and answered, "I appreciate your feelings but I have a girlfriend." Suddenly I felt an intense wave of ren coming from the serial killer. He raised his head and he looked really angry. He looked at the waiter and said, "If you don't be mine, you would be no one's." As he said that he raised his ren-powered fist and aimed it at the waiter. I took out my sword and applied shu into it to strengthen it. Serial killer's punch connected with my sword creating many sparks. We both took a 3 steps back. Looking at me, serial killer said, "Who are you? Don't interrupt me as I don't want to waste my time with you." I looked at his smug face and answered, "I'm a rich man, now come here my money and enter my wallet." He was angered by my words so he attacked me with ren covering his body. Suddenly a transparent semicircle popped out from my and covered 60 meters around me. It was one of the advanced techniques I learned during 6 years of training and it was called En. En is an advanced application of ten and ren. In ren, aura usually envelops only a small amount of space around the user's body. En is when one extends their ren so that their aura extends further than normal, then uses ten at the same time to contain and give shape to that aura, normally as fear. The minimum requirement is to extend one's aura to a radius of more than 2 meters, 6.56168 feet, and hold it longer than 1 minute. Someone using En can feel the shape and movement of anything within the area covered by their aura, with a degree of awareness and finesse depending on their level of skill. Nen users can be told apart from regular people due to their stronger reaction to the En user's aura. Just when he entered my En, I sliced him 66 times before I coolly sheathed my sword. After I took 3 steps, serial killer fell down. He was dead and my job was over. As I was leaving with the body of a serial killer, unbeknownst to me, someone started to admire me as a god. Chapter 14. The Hunter exam occurs once every year starting from January 7th and lasts for a period comprised between 1 week and 1 month. The exact date and time is communicated to the applicant upon registering. The application deadline is December 31st. The exam hall changes each year along with the stages of the exam, and it is impossible to find on one's own. Applicants are given only approximate information on the location of the exam. In order to reach it, they must find a navigator. Navigators could range from humans to magical beasts. As the navigators were gone and his gang were magical beasts that could transform to humans. When I just landed on the island I tried finding the navigator. First thing I did was use Gyo in my eyes, as it could help me see traces of aura that so faint that they might go unnoticed otherwise. And I just started to explore the island. When I was exploring the island I heard the rumors about the navigator that could lead you to the Hunter exam if you paid him enough price. It was said he lived in the center of the island. Curious, I went to see that navigator. When I arrived in front of his house there were already more than 40 people there. He was a strong-looking middle-aged man. He was talking about how he first became a hunter and how he was the best from the same exam. I went through many people and got in front lines. I raised my finger, and used Gyo on that finger, then I used 10 to make a shape of number 666. I didn't try to hide it using it to make it easier. I then asked so-called navigator who was the best in his exam, "What do you see in my finger?" He looked confused at me and answered, "I see nothing, don't bother me." I confirmed he was a con man and already fooled more than 40 people. I left that place and kept searching a real navigator. I also heard of many so-called navigators, but when I went there to see them they were total fakes. Only one smart one told me he saw a face of a kid, when I showed him number 69. I walked around the island when I saw a young man who constantly used 10. As the 10 is the skill that you could never forget once you learned it. I went to him and asked, "Are you the navigator?" He looked at me and said, "Navigator? Who is that? I don't know anyone like that. Don't bother me." By tinging one's ren with hostility, a Nen user can exert what is colloquially referred to as bloodlust. As I killed many people when I worked as a blacklist hunter, I had a strong bloodlust. When I showed my bloodlust he couldn't say anything for a few minutes and said, "I'm not the navigator but know who he is. Follow me." I followed him and he came next to the remote house next to the forest. There he called out and an old man came out from the house. The young man explained everything to the old man. Frowning old man said to me, "I have to test you before I can let you enter the exam." I frowned and started to get annoyed. I once again released my bloodlust. After experiencing it he drastically changed his expression. Smiling he said to me, "On the other hand you have such a great talent. So let's just skip the test." He invited me to his house and the next day we left for the exam site. It took us 2 days of train riding and 1 day of ship travel. We have arrived to the desolate island. There were many people on that island already. They were most likely the participants in this hunter exam. When I landed on an island. When I landed I was given a tag number 362, showing I was 362nd participant that arrived to the island. I looked around and saw him. Tall person who was mix of magician and jester. He had long pinkish red hair, pale skin and toned physique. He wore face paint of a star on his right cheek and a teardrop on his left cheek. He was leaning against the tree and was shuffling his cards between his hands. Then I looked at the other participants. I saw no one who stood out from the crowd of people. Then I looked at the sea. The new ship was coming to the island. When the ship took ashore. After few minutes people exited the ship and the person who first left the ship was him. As he took his number tag which was number 363. I just wanted to throw away my number tag. As that person was him and I never even wanted to interact with him, so I went inside the forest so he doesn't see me. As I was entering the forest he called out for me. I turned around and saw him. Chapter 15. It was him. It was him. It was him. He was a short, fat man with tan skin, brown hair, a large nose, and thick eyebrows. He wore a large, blue V-neck shirt, with a white symbol resembling a lowercase I on its right side, over a matching pair of light, blue-gray sweats. He also carried a satchel. It was him. The Rookie Crusher. From all of the people I never wanted to meet he is the #1 champion because when I see his face I just can't control my wrath. He was the type of person that I hate the most. The ones that can't do shit and just find excuses for their failures, like I never wanted to be a hunter. He came before me and asked, "Is this your first time taking hunter exam?" I just ignored him and kept walking to the forest. Just keep walking. Just keep walking. But he did not let me. He again ran up to me and said in an innocent and warm tone, "My name is Tumpa, and I'm kinda a veteran here. If you have any problems during the test just ask help from me. I have participated in more than 30 exams." I looked at him and released my bloodlust. Experiencing it he was so scared that he almost peed himself. Just after I released my bloodlust I felt a gaze land on my body. Such a scary presence I thought, and then looked at the particular person who was leaning on the tree. Our gazes met and I was sheathing my blade, when I heard someone said, "This is everyone, 431 participants gathered here, now let's start the exam." The one that yelled that was a muscular middle-aged man who wore a fur of a ferocious wolf. He had a big beard and long spiky hair. He looked at the everyone and yelled, "I'll say this once so hear it clearly. First stage of the exam would be held here on Big Garden Island. You just have to score more than 100 points to advance for the second round. How would you earn points, you say? This island is full with many beasts and to earn points you have to hunt them. One living creature is worth 1 point. You just have to hunt 100 of them. To pass. Now go and hunt." There was a silence at first, but almost everyone except a few started to frantically run to the forest to hunt. When I heard what he said I didn't just start to run but started to observe. There were 431 participants in this exam and we have to hunt for 100 living creatures. This would mean that there were 43,100 beasts in this island. But considering the size of the island, it doesn't look like this island has enough prey for everyone to pass. So many people would think this is fight against the time. Who would score 100 points first? I looked at the ocean and asked the examiner, "Can we hunt the creatures that live in ocean?" Do they cost any points? He looked at me and answered, any living creature be it in the water or an island costs 1 point. I looked at him and asked again, how many points I can get if I hunt the human? He looked at me and answered in the same tone as the last one, any living creature costs 1 point. So this is what they want. When the beasts in the island end up being hunted, the participants would start to hunt other participants. I went next to ocean, observed it and dived into it. There I saw nothing, no living creature was living in the ocean. So there was no way to get points from the ocean life. After I exited the water I started to look for the small insects like ants and bees who have many numbers. I searched everywhere but couldn't find anything. Just then a big muscular guy came back from the forest carrying many different animals. He looked at the examiner and said, I have hunted 100 living creatures as you said. What now? He looked at that big man and said, if you hunted 100 animals you just need to hand it to me and you can pass. Big guy was excited and with all the animals he killed he walked to the examiner. But before he could get near him I attacked him and with one punch to the stomach I fainted him. I looked at the examiner and asked, I hunted 101 living creatures, what do I do with extra one? He calmly looked at me and answered, you could still hand it to me and pass with 101 points. I carried all my hunt and gave it to the examiner. Then I found a comfortable tree branch and closed my eyes. Let's take a nap before the second stage starts. Chapter 16. When I was having a peaceful nap I was woken up by the sorrowful cries of many people. I opened my eyes and looked around. Many people were angry and protested, some cried and some were happy and excited. One of the protesting ones yelled out, this test is unfair. We didn't have enough prey to pass. How could I not pass? I'm the greatest fighter in Carolina North City. Other one yelled too, yes. No one in Mexico New City could rival me. Why I did not pass? The examiner was clearly angry and from his anger he released his ren. Even thought many people there were non-nen users they could still fear from his nen and get mentally ill. He looked at all the people who protested and yelled, you failed not because you didn't have enough prey but failed because you don't have enough skill. After saying that he left the scene and after few minutes a new stranger came. He was a medium-build muscular man with blue hair. He dressed in a fur clothing over his upper body and left his chest and abdomen exposed, trousers that extended to below the knee, fashioned a pair of tabby skinners, and had wrapped at least parts of his legs as well as his wrists in bandages. He was the second stage examiner of 286th Hunter exam, Dogari. He was introduced during the 287th Hunter exam in third stage in the anime. The difference between this person and Dogari from 287th Hunter exam had many scars on his face. In the original storyline Hisoka thought him to be unworthy being examiner so he almost killed Dogari and got disqualified for it. To take his revenge after a year of training, Dogari again challenges Hisoka in the Trick Tower. But this time he was not lucky as the first time as he gets killed by Hisoka. Dogari looked at everyone and said arrogantly, I'm your examiner for the second stage of the exam. Listen up as I will now tell you the rules of the second stage. After saying that he looked at everyone and continued, second stage is revenge battle. Anyone who has more than 1 point can challenge the other person, and the winner takes all the points from the top people. But there is also rules. You can challenge a person 3 times and receive a challenge 3 times. In total 6 battles. Second rule is person can only lose 100 points in a battle. If person has more than 100 points not all his points would go to other person but just 100. And lastly to pass to third stage you need to get 200 points. Now start. Before anyone can say anything, Hisoka raised his hand and asked a question, how many points do you have? Dogari looked at Hisoka confused and asked, what do you mean? Mockingly Hisoka looked at Dogari and said, I'm just finding the easiest prey to hunt on. You are the weakest here. And you are not qualified to be a examiner. Dogari was angry and wanted to say something but before he said anything I jumped and landed between them. Then I took out my sword and pointed it at Hisoka and said, I challenge you. Hisoka looked at me and said, You are not strong enough. Go and train few more years." I was not affected by his words and flatly replied, "I can tell you where you can find the person with the greatest talent in the world and you could fight him. If you just fight me here and right now." Seeing how confident I was, he looked at me and smiled. "Why would I believe you?" I looked at him and answered, "Because I'm just like you." Then after my words I performed shu on my sword and performed a slicing attack. But he stopped my sword with his playing card also powered by the shu. Not letting him go, I used my aura and performed ren to increase my power and break his defense. And finally his card could stop me and my sword was nearing his throat when absurdly he was pulled to the tree on his right side. And my attack missed. I used Gyo in my eyes and surely I saw a red rubber and gum-like substance that was sticking on the tree was pulling him. It was Hisoka's Nen ability Bungee Gum. Hisoka's main ability allows him to make his aura sticky and elastic. Its extreme durability, flexibility, and adhesive properties make it an exceptionally versatile ability with several offensive, defensive, and supplementary applications. He can activate it from his fingers, hands, and feet. He can attach it both through physical contact and remotely, by extending it towards the target, which makes it very difficult to avoid. He can give it the command to contract at will, and it snaps back with greater force the more it is stretched. Hisoka looked at me swinging his bungee gum and said, "My aura possesses the qualities of both gum and rubber." Chapter 17. Hisoka took out a bunch of cards and created a reverse triangle by using his Nen ability. Then he stretched his hands making cards line up and released bungee gum shooting out cards powered by the shu at me. I used N and created a small field around myself. When the cards entered the field using my sword I deflected his cards. When I was deflecting his cards Hisoka released bungee gum from his both hands and sticked it to the trees. After I deflected the cards 2 trees pincer attacked me from both sides. I used Ko on my legs so that I could propel myself backwards to dodge his attack. But my legs were injured little bit. The 2 trees hit each other and broke. This made a lot of smoke making it hard to see where Hisoka is. I used Gyo on my eyes and tried to pinpoint his position from his aura. I felt a bleak aura signature right to my left side. I hit that place using my sword. What I cut was not Hisoka but the tree. The same time I felt danger. After feeling danger I wielded my sword using only right hand and releasing my left. After which I activated my ability. Then out of nowhere Ghost was conjured by the Nen. Ghost was transparent and white flame was released from all of its body. Just after being summoned it blew up behind me. At the same time me and Hisoka were blown away by the explosion. This was my Nen ability 3 Little Helpers. My Hatsu has total of 3 abilities all revolving around ghosts. The one I used right now was my 3rd ability named Explosive Ghost. This ability used 2 types of Nen, which are Conjuration and Transmutation. First I would conjure up a ghost, then using Transmutation I changed its properties to that of a bomb. This ghost is transparent so it can bypass any wall. I could also make it explode anytime I want. But this ability has many limitations. One of my limitations put on every of my ability is that when I conjure a ghost I can't use my left hand. Second limitation only applies for this ability, which is I have to use my lifespan as an explosion. I have to sacrifice some of my lifespan to use this ability. Just now I used 1 day of my lifespan to create a little explosion. My last limitation is I can only conjure 3 ghosts at the same time. This applies for all of my abilities. 7. I landed on the land and looked at the place of explosion opposite to me. Hisoka was standing. I looked at him and sheathed my sword. Then I said, "You there almost killed me and scared me to death." He smiled and said, "But you are still alive and kicking." I looked at him and said, "I was just lucky." He looked at me and answered, "Yes you were, but now you're not gonna get this lucky." After saying those words he raised his index finger. I used Gyo in my eyes and saw that bungee gum that was coming from his index finger was sticking on my chest. I looked at him and said, "So did you use N to conceal your aura and sticked it in my chest?" N is an advanced form of Zetsu used to render one's aura imperceptible, effectively concealing it. Unlike Zetsu, however, N does not stop the user's aura flow, Instead, it hides it, making it impossible to perceive with any of the five senses or extrasensorial perception. Hence, this technique is perfect for launching sneak attacks or laying traps, as it can conceal not only the user's presence, but also non-constructs generated with transmutation, or conjuration. Just as he was pulling me with his bungee gum, 2 explosions occurred next to the Hisoka. It was of course my ability Explosive Ghost. That time I summoned 3 ghosts, not 1. One of them I showed to him and exploded it. Other 2 I concealed using and slowly controlled them to go to Hisoka when I was talking to him. Those 2 explosions were more powerful than the last one, as I used 1 month of my life as an explosion. When I thought I injured Hisoka, I was pulled forward into the place of explosion, showing that Hisoka still had power to fight. I was pulled into the place full of smoke after the explosion. I unsheathed my sword and created an end circle and waited Hisoka's attack, which didn't make me wait long, as cards were coming to me from all around me. I deflected all the cards, after which smoke started to disappear and I could finally see Hisoka. When I wanted to continue fighting, I remembered that we were taking hunter exam and looked around. What I saw was many people looking at us as we were fighting. I looked at Hisoka and said, "Let's stop our fight here." Hisoka looked at me and answered, "Why would I just stop fighting you?" I looked at him and said, "If we stop fighting now, I'll tell you about a very talented person and where you can find." He looked at me and said, "So where can I find him?" I answered him immediately by telling he would participate in the next hunter exam and his name is Gone Freaks. Hisoka looked at me before he started walk to the examiner and said, "How could I leave this island?" Dogari looked at Hisoka and arrogantly said, "You can't just leave this island. First you have to wait till second stage ends." I looked at Hisoka and threw a paper to him. He received it and looked over it, after which he threw paper back at me. Then he looked at the Dogari and said, "If you don't let me leave, then die." What was written in that paper was, "If you want to leave the island, just almost kill the examiner and you get disqualified." If I didn't do that, I would have changed canon storyline too much. And I couldn't let anything change. In anime, Hisoka heavily scared Dogari's face, after which he seemed revenge against Hisoka and joined 287th Hunter as an examiner in Trick Tower. Chapter 18. Hisoka then attacked Dogari. During their battle, I finally understood why Hisoka said Dogari did not deserve to be an examiner. Dogari could only use basic techniques such as Ten and Ren, and even with them he wasn't so proficient. Before Dogari was killed, the examiner from the first stage came and saved Dogari. They looked alike, so first stage examiner could be Dogari's big brother. This could also explain why Hunter Association could hire Dogari as an examiner. Like in the original, Dogari received many scars to his face from Hisoka's attacks. Hisoka then was disqualified from the exam. He was then taken away from the island as he was deemed too dangerous for other participants. After he was disqualified, second stage continued. Because there was no winner, I received no points from fight with Hisoka. I looked around and challenged 2 people. They gave up even before fight started. From them I received 99 points, making my point count to 200. So I passed the second stage. I went to the nearest tree and closed my eyes to take a nap. Before I took a nap, I looked at my stats, which showed greater than stats. Greater than strength. Impressive. You can push open 6th door in the testing gate. PLS, be careful when high-fiving anyone so you would not break their hands. Greater than speed. Impressive. You are quite fast for human being. You can earn quite a buck if you become an athlete. Greater than durability. Impressive. You are just like a cockroach. Annoying to kill. Greater than intelligence. Genius. I would not even try to persuade you. But just remember, pen is always stronger than the sword. Greater than abilities. Greater than mind. Immortal soul. Has indestructible soul. Has weak possession power. Nen master. 10. Zetsu. Ren. Gyo. In. En. Shu. Ko. Ken. Ryu. Hatsu. 3 little helpers. Greater than body. None. Greater than supernatural. None. Greater than miscellaneous skills. Advanced hand-to-hand combat. intermediate firearms mastery, intermediate sniping, advanced soundless movement, advanced knife mastery, master sword mastery. Greater than mission follow the canon storyline, but accomplish tasks stated below. 1. Participate in Hunter's exam and become a hunter. 2. Fight Hisoka. Completed. 3. Become Nen Master. Completed. 4. Fight Netero before he is dead. 5. Visit and play Greed Island. 6. Fight a Royal Guard Ant. Greater than progress 33%. Greater than status safe, tired. When I opened my eyes people were still fighting. I just looked at everyone. The first one who caught my eyes was Tunpa. He was fighting the teen who was ages between 15 to 19. From their fight I knew Tunpa will lose. When I was observing the battle crazy idea came to my mind. What if I helped Tunpa out and take him to the finals and finally at the end I would crush his dreams of becoming a hunter? Nah, I'm too lazy for that. After few hours the battles ended. In total 174 people passed the second stage. Then 2 enormous ships arrived to the island. Those who failed the exam were taken away in one of them. Others who passed got into other ship. This ship had everything needed for comfortable travel. I went to the training room, yes, that ship had training room, and started to train myself. The fight with Hisoka was quite tiring as I never fought such a strong Nen master. I had used many advanced techniques in a fight which was quite tiring, and used up month and a day of my lifespan. I was really surprised when he survived my explosion as it was quite powerful. Hatsu abilities that have limitations with lifespan are one of the most dangerous. And death is the ultimate limitation. That's why after death many Hatsu abilities receive a heavy boost. Just like in a fight between Hisoka and Krollo. In that fight Hisoka died, but using his ability he revived himself. After he revived himself his ability received a heavy boost after which he started to hunt the spiders. But that has nothing to do with me as at that time I would be more powerful than any Phantom Troop member or Hisoka. It took us 5 days and we finally arrived at the site of new stage. What a surprise, it was another island. All the people who passed the second stage left the ship. There was no one except one person. He was a person with super long legs. He wore a suit and looked like a gentleman. He looked at all the people and said, "Hello ladies and gentlemen, my name is Carl and I would be an examiner for the 3rd stage of the Hunter exam. 3rd stage of the exam is called Treasure Hunt. There is total of 50 treasures located across the island. You just have to find one of those treasures to pass this stage. But beware as every treasure is guarded by a beast and you have to beat it to get the treasure. If you can't you will become that beast's prey. Now go and search for riches in this island." Chapter 19. Treasure Hunt? It was easier than I thought. I looked at the Carl and asked, "Is there a time limit?" He looked at me and answered, "Yes. You will have a week to search for treasures. And it starts now." I walked towards the biggest tree I could see and sat on the branches. Then I located a red-billed bird sitting in the near tree. Then I conjured my second ghost, which is Peeping Ghost. This ability is mixed between conjuration and manipulation. It has a simple ability of possession of small animals. I could also possess powerful animals, but I would have to spend my lifespan for it. Why anyone would try and possess a small animal, you may ask? One of the reasons is for scouting. Many animals have advantage over humans as they could fly, swim in oceans and could dig deep underground. I could use those advantages using this ability. Other reason is affinity to nature. Affinity with nature is connected to sensitivity for aura. Wild animals are more perceptive in that regard than humans, and may learn Zetsu spontaneously. As I have a mortal soul I could take parts of it and put into my ghosts. In normal circumstances if ghost self-destructed it would damage your soul, but as I have immortal one it doesn't affect me. When I possess an animal I would open up all of its aura nodes enabling that animal to learn then. Every ghost I conjured has part of my soul and my knowledge, so I could use it to quickly increase its aura. And as the animals are closer to the nature it would yield more returns. After I open up an animal's aura nodes and train it I could return Peeping Ghost to my body and taking all of the aura it accumulated. As a bonus, I could also strengthen my senses, as many animals have strong senses. When I posse's an animal, I share its 5 senses with my main body. Animals' strong senses also strengthen my senses when possessed. Sadly, I couldn't control an awakened animal for too long, as they rapidly die off. I could use 10 to keep them alive, but at the end they keep dying. I could control them for 30-day maximum, after which they all die. And greatest advantage of my peeping ghost is that it could peep. I could use it to peep at girls when I shouldn't. After I possessed Red-billed Qualia, I controlled it to fly and scout for the treasures. After couple of minutes, Red-billed Qualia spotted a blue tiger guarding a sword. As I was a sword user myself, I was interested in that sword. I ran to that place and arrived there after couple of minutes. I used Shu on my sword and cut the tiger in half. Then I went to the sword and held it in my hands. It was a katana with pinkish-white blade and brown handle. When I applied a Shu to that blade and cut the nearest tree, I easily cut through it. That's when I wanted this katana. I again controlled Red-billed Qualia and tried searching for any other blade treasures, but found none. I just killed an animal that was guarding a ring treasure made by expensive gemstone and decided to give that treasure to the examiner. I possessed 2 more Red-billed Qualia and made them train. And I went to explore this island. Many other participants evaded me whenever they saw me, so I was bored whole time. Whole 3rd stage was boring for me, as Hisoka already left the exam. The whole 2nd stage was I sat on a tree branch and trained. I remembered my brothers and my adopted mother, and I promised myself I would visit them after the hunter exam. After 7 days, 3rd stage ended and everyone returned to where we started. From 174 people who started this stage, only 80 or more people returned. And even some of them were heavily injured. But all the 50 treasures were found. I gave them ring but didn't give the sword. Like that, 49 people passed the 3rd stage of hunter exam. Chapter 20. New ship arrived to take all the 49 people to the next testing ground. This trip was shorter than the last one, as it took 2 days to arrive to the new island. When everyone boarded on an island, there was nothing except a big screen. Screen lighted up and showed a familiar face. He was an old man who was surprisingly fit and muscular for his age. He had a ponytail, a thick beard, and stretched earlobes with 2 piercings in both ears. This person, of course, was Hunter Association's 12th chairman, Isaac Netero. Netero, stroking his beard, started to say, "This is the 4th stage of hunter exam and is final before the finals. You now stand on Atefis Island. This island is a natural maze created by the Mother Nature. Here live many poisonous creatures and tricky life forms. You have a simple objective, and that is to pass this maze before the time limit runs out. You have a week to cross this maze and arrive at the place where the finals would be held. May the odds be ever in your favor." After saying those words, screen turned all black, and after a few seconds a giant timer was showing how much time left. I entered the maze without thinking and started to find a way to the finals. But before I entered the maze, something felt odd about my clothes. I checked everything and found nothing strange about my clothes. I used Gyo in my eyes to see if someone planted something on my clothes and hid it using in. But my Gyo couldn't find anything. I brushed it off and started my search for the place where finals would be held. Before coming to this island, I absorbed the aura of the 2 weakest Red-billed Qualia and left one to train itself. I used that Red-billed Qualia to scout from the air. Because of all the Nen training, its eyesight improved and using Gyo was more effective on Red-billed Qualia. When the Red-billed Qualia was flying over the maze, it was struck by a needle. It was a small needle, only 3 centimeters long and very thin. As the Red-billed Qualia was protected by the 10, needle couldn't penetrate its feathers. I looked around and located an animal that looked like a porcupine or a hedgehog. It was most likely the one that shot the needle. I easily killed the creature and checked its needles. It was poisonous. This maze is full of poisonous fruits and plants, so many animals that live here most likely have immunity towards the poison. I looked all over the place and found one more porcupine-like creature. I wanted to see if there was difference between this rodent and the normal birds and animals that I could possess. I conjured up Peeping Ghost and made it possess that rodent. It went smoothly, but I couldn't see any difference. But when I tried practicing Nen using its body, I was shocked. It was far more easier to train with this rodent than any other small animal or bird I ever possessed before. From what I saw, I could draw two conclusions. First one is that porcupines are most talented animals in training Nen, and that's why when I trained using it was more powerful. The other conclusion I came up was that because of the surroundings. As this porcupine lived and was born here, he too was poisonous to the core, making this place the best habitat for this creature. Its life energy was tied to this place, and when training Nen here, this porcupine has a natural advantage over other animals. So to try both those theories, I went and found a poisonous snake. I quickly posseed it and started to train Nen. Like the porcupine, it had insane speed of growth. I was ecstatic and tried to find a poisonous bird to train. After few hours of looking, I finally found a hooded pitohui bird. It could produce a venom or poison from its body, but accumulated a poison from eating poisonous insects and plants. I posseed it and it had the same speed of training as the porcupine and snake. When I controlled hooded pitohui to search for the place where finals had to be held, I saw something suspicious. Most of the other applications, if not all, were heading towards the same direction, and that direction is my whereabouts. I checked it not twice or thrice but more than 5 times and confirmed they were heading towards me. That's when I remembered that strange feeling about my clothes, how I felt something wrong was about my clothing. It was a conspiracy, a big conspiracy. I stopped walking and started to wait for them. This maze was interlocking and you could meet the same people more than dozens of times even if you went to different direction. That's why all the other applicants could find me even if they have a rough understanding of my position. I waited an hour and a half. After waiting that long, they finally arrived, other 48 contestants. I looked carefully at their faces to see if I remember any from the original series. After you pass the 3rd stage of the exam, you get a free spot for the next year's exam. If I saw any familiar face from the anime, I would let him leave, only heavily injuring them, ensuring that they could be in perfect condition after the year. Thanks God I found no familiar face, and that means that they're gonna meet the creator very soon. Chapter 21. I looked at everyone and said, what a coincidence, all of the applicants meeting here on this fateful day. Slightly skinny person scoffed at my words and answered, you are just muscles and no brain. You think it's a coincidence that everyone gathered here today? If you really don't understand, then let me explain to you in what situation you are now. You are blocked by all of us and you can't escape. You're just the helpless bird that is trapped in a cage. Even thought you are quite strong, but wars won not by quality of the commanders but the quantity of the infantry. I looked at everyone and asked, is he answering for everyone? No one said a word, but the slightly wiser ones touched their weapons ready for battle. I looked at the skinny guy and asked, so how did you track me? He looked at me and answered, you are gonna still die, so let me explain. As you see, I too am a Nen practitioner and I already developed my own Hatsu ability. Using it I could plant an invisible tracker and share it with other people. I mockingly looked at him and said, so you have no offensive attacks and still dare to try and kill me? After I finished those words, I controlled the bird-hooded pitohui and made it pluck out skinny guy's eyes. When other applicants saw what happened to their leader, they trembled from fear. I looked at everyone and said, so you wanted to get rid of the strongest competitor before the finals. It is a good plan, but you forgot one thing, and that is I never saw you as my competitors. You all are nothing but an ants to me, so come to me and I'll send you to meet the creator. After finishing my words, I unsheathed my katana and went to the battle. But you could hardly call this a battle, as it was a one-sided massacre. When I swiped my sword, I easily cut through the throats of many applicants. Just after a minute, only around 10 people were left from the initial 48 people. Those 10 people simultaneously kneeled before me and started to beg for forgiveness. Please, we just wanted to pass this exam and we made a grave mistake, they all said. I looked at them and answered coldly, raise your necks to be cut. One big guy couldn't control himself and yelled, please spare my little brother. I made a mistake and it was all my fault. I was the one that brought my brother to attack you. He is innocent. Please kill me but spare my dear little brother. He never even had a girlfriend and he has his whole life ahead of him. Kill me but don't kill my brother." One of the other applicants with a crying face looked at that big guy and then at me and said, "Please don't listen to my brother, just kill me and leave him alone. Our parents died when we were young and he always took care of me. He means everything to me and I just couldn't let him die here. Please spare my older brother and kill me. You can even stab me 300 times and kill me many more times, but please spare my older brother's life." From their words I felt their sincerity and their love for each other. I looked at them and answered, "I feel your sincerity. And I know you both are remorseful about your actions. You did everything to pass the exam and I don't blame you for that. Because of their brave actions I have great respect for all of you as you braved your fear and attacked me with all your might. And even before death you didn't ask for forgiveness and just wanted to save your loved ones. This action of yours is truly praiseworthy. Even thought you are all and to me you have showed great bravery and earned my respect." All those 10 people heard my words and were really happy as they had the chance to escape from here. I calmly and warmly said to those 10 people, "I'm a merciful person, so die with peace. I will always remember your brave words forever. Now go and meet the great person who sent me here. There you may even be able to drink Pepsi with him." After saying those words I cut off their heads and fed their eyes to hooded pitohui, for those people could see new horizons in the belly of this bird and live forever 30 days. I looted their belongings and oh God, did they have so much money. All of them had VIP accounts in many different banks. After this hunter exam I would thank them by drinking cup of wine for them using their money. I searched and also found quite the bunch of useless trash. I just threw away the trash. After that I found the nearest tree and was trying to climb the branch and have a nap and remembered that all the trees here are poisonous. Just then I knew I have to leave this place as fast as I can or I could never have comfortable nap. Chapter 22. 2 days later I was still walking around the maze. Here I found many different types of poisonous animals. One such animal was a brownish-green scorpion. It had a strong poison, so strong that he could easily kill a porcupine who by itself was immune to many kinds of poisons. I possessed that scorpion and he had strongest talent of all the animals I possessed so far. After possessing and stealing many life energies of the poisonous animals, I developed a weak poison immunity. After obtaining it I could eat the plants and fruits from here. Plants and fruits had weakest poison in this maze. The real problem here is the animals that live here. Generation from generations those animals passed their poison in their genes, making it more and more powerful. Few days passed and I was before the entrance to the final stage. Would you ask how I'm sure the finals would be held here? Simple, it's because I already traveled all around the island. After exploring it few times I know everything about this island. The only place I wasn't is the central part of the island. Also this place had a giant gates made from steel. And it was located on an island where everything was green. From the animals to the numerous plants. It was obvious that this was a checkpoint. I pushed open the gates and there were many people there. Most of them were men in black with dark sunglasses. There was also an old man who wore a man's kimono and a weird green bean-like creature who wore a suit. Isaac Netero looked at me and said, "So there is the first finalist, come and sit here and let's wait for other people." I looked at him and answered, "No one will come and I'm the only one who passed 4th stage." Netero, stroking his beard, looked at me and said, "Then we have a serious problem. How could we have finals with only one participant?" I answered him calmly, "You could just make me hunter as there is no more competitors." Netero said, "Then how could I know you are ready to be a hunter?" Without saying anything I released my ren as it showed my raw power and is the easiest way to measure person's power. I also looked at him and holding my sword I said, "We could also have a little spar so you could know if I'm ready." Netero looked interested but before he could say anything Beans his assistant replied, "Sorry but the chairman has an important meeting after few hours and going there already takes that much. So he has no time. Right?" he said looking at Netero. Netero tensed up and replies, "Yes." Netero after feeling my ren said, "You are really ready to be a hunter?" After few minutes hunter license was handed to me. A hunter license looks similar to a credit card, but slightly thicker and with an inbuilt computer chip. The front shows the licensee's hunter rank, while the back has a magnetic strip with a unique serial number that identifies each individual to their license. The card's magnetic strip also allows it to be swiped through machines to verify its authenticity and to access special services. Upon passing the hunter exam, candidates will receive a standard hunter license. However, hunters can be awarded with stars and entitled to different licenses issued by the Hunter Association for significant contributions to society. 1 star, single-star hunter, given to hunters who have produced remarkable achievements in a particular field. 2 stars, double-star hunter, given to hunters who fulfill the first 5 articles of the Hunter Bylaws, who hold an official position and who have mentored at least one junior student who has received 1 star. 3 stars, triple-star hunter, given to hunters who fulfill the first 6 articles of the Hunter Bylaws and who have produced remarkable achievements in multiple fields. This is the rarest and most difficult rank to obtain, and it is considered a great honor. Of the hundreds of hunters in the Hunter Association, the number of triple-star hunters is only about 10. After receiving it, I was said to go to auditorium-like place where they talked all about hunter rules and benefits received by the hunters. As I already knew most of it, introduction was useless for me, but I had to keep listening to it. After the introduction, someone led me to the ship that's gonna take me away. I hope to sometime return to this island. On a ship, first thing I did was to see if animals from the Tethys Island had the same training speed. I called out for Hooded Pitohui and the Scorpion to come. Then I checked their training speed. It was slow, but not as slow as the other birds and animals I controlled before coming to Tethys Island. After seeing their speed, I came up with 2 hypotheses. First one is training Nen in boats and ships is harder than on land. The other is because we left the poisonous Tethys Island they lost their advantage, but because we were still close their training speed was not as slow as the other animals. After 3 days, boat docked in a city and dumped me there. They didn't even give me money for transportation. Chapter 23. I have become a hunter, completing my first mission. Now I already completed 3 out of 6 missions. After I complete those missions and be reborn as a chimera, and I could leave Hunter's Hunter World. Storyline starts in less than a year. Next January 3rd, Gon leaves the Whale Island to take a hunter exam, and meets his future friends on a captain's ship. After they land on Zaban City, they take Quizlati's tests and Kiriko's tests. Hunter exam starts on January 7, 1999 and ends on January 22, 1999. Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio pass the hunter's exam, but the Killua fails it. After the hunter exam, friends go to see Killua and arrive in Republic of Padokia on January 25, 1999. They train until February 14, 1999, and the same day they rescue Killua from his family. After this they all go separate ways. Leorio learns to be doctor. Kurapika went to the Sengi Guild to find the job but was rejected by the receptionist because Kurapika knew nothing about Nen. As for Gon and Killua, they went to the Heavens Arena to train and also to earn money. They all promised to see each other after half a year in York New Auction House. On February 15, 1999, Gon and Killua arrive at the Heavens Arena. There they reach floor 200 quickly and learn about Nen. Wing would become their Nen teacher, and he also was hired by the association to initiate Secret Hunter Test. Secret Test is learning about Nen, and after passing Secret Test they could really be considered hunters. On July 9, Gon passes Secret Test, and on July 10, 1999, Gon fights with Hisoka. I don't need to care about the main storyline for those moments, as I get nothing from intervening except for changing the main storyline. I could just train or work as a blacklist hunter far away from the main lead. Between mid-July and August 1999, Gon and Killua visit Whale Island, where they open Jing's godfather, Metal Box. At the same time, Kurapika returns to Sengi Guild and becomes the bodyguard of the Nostrade family, small mafia family. York Newark takes place between August 14, 1999 to the September 5, 1999. During this arc, Gon and Killua visit Hunter's site and start their money-making business. During that time Kurapika meets his new boss Neon Nostrade and his friends Melody, Baze, and Basho. Few days later Phantom Troop gathers all of its members in York New City. Next day Gon and Killua meet Leorio and begin arm wrestling competition. That same day Phantom Troop attack the underground auction and kill all the guests and the Shadow Beat's strongest warriors in Mafia. That same day Kurapika captures Uvogin Phantom Troop member, but when Kurapika went to meet Hisoka Uvogin was rescued by his teammates. Next day Gon, Killua and Leorio start their hunt on Phantom Troop members. Same day Kurapika fights and kills Uvogin, and Gon pawns his hunter license. Next day Gon and Killua follow Maki and Nobunaga but get captured by the Phantom Troop. Same day Kurlo Phantom Troop leader, smuggles Neon to the auction but steals her ability to tell the future. After few hours Gon and Killua escape. And Phantom Troop stage their deaths, copy auction items, and steal the originals. Next day Kurapika meets Gon, Killua, and Leorio. Hisoka tricks Spider's Phantom Troop into staying in the York New City. When helping Kurapika, Gon and Killua get captured. Pakunoda Troop member, reads their memories and realize that Kurapika killed the Uvogin. Gon and Killua fail to escape but Kurlo was kidnapped by the Kurapika. Same day hostage exchange happens and Kurapika seals Kurlo's nen. And finally on September 5, 1999 Pakunoda dies and Kurlo travels eastward. On September 6, 1999 Gon and Killua fail to get a place on a Greed Island game developed by the Gon's father. They then start to work on their nen abilities. Same day Finks and Phaeton Best Boy steal copy of Greed Island and enter the game. That's when I intervene. I would say that I know a person who can help Kurlo and only ask to join them in a game. As Greed Island is located eastward from York New City in a real world they would most likely believe me. After entering the game I could increase my progress bar and finally complete mission related to Greed Island. That would be the only time I intervene in the main storyline before the Chimera Ant arc. So from now I have to wait till September 6th and enter game from the Phantom Troop's game copy. As this is the easiest and most efficient way to complete Greed Island mission without intervening the main storyline. My goal is to wait till September 6th to enter the game. And before that I have a place to return to. Chapter 24. 7 years have passed the time I left the Meteor City. Now I'm a fairly strong Nen master and I could now return to the Meteor City. I have missed my family, my adopted brothers Damon, Axel, Enzo, and Reese. I also missed Beatrix, my adopted mother. I booked a ticket for an airship. Being hunter was awesome as I got a big discount. In the airship I was in a deep thought. I was thinking how to strengthen my Nen ability. First idea that came to my mind was to add curses to my stalker ghost. A curse is an application of Nen that is detrimental to the one upon whom it has been placed. One great example of a curse-type ability is Kurapika's Judgment Chain, where he puts a chain around his victim's heart. Kurapika gives the victim an order, which, if violated, results in the stake of retribution piercing the victim's heart, killing them. Kurapika himself has a blade wrapped around his heart, which he used to set the limitations for the chain jail ability. But I rejected that idea as fast as I thought about it. All because I don't know how to cast curses and I don't want to die trying to cast the curse. Even without curses my stalker ghost is quite powerful as it has the ability to talk. It has the same ability as the Cheap Trick, one of the most powerful stands in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Cheap Trick sticks itself to a person and annoys him with his talk. And my power works in the same fashion as a Cheap Trick. I stick my stalker ghost to a person for 30. I could use its mouth to annoy that person to death. I could also share its vision. Stalker ghost is transparent and all physical and then attacks pass through it. Only way to get rid of my stalker ghost is to exorcise it. And exorcist's abilities are super rare. Other idea that I came up with is to give my stalker ghost some kind of parasitic ability. Just like stealing the victim's aura every day or every hour. And finally after 30 days using the aura it stole it would turn into super explosive ghost and explode the moments it turns into explosive ghost killing the victim. It would also save my lifespan as I don't need to spend any lifespan to form explosive ghost. It was a good idea and I would most likely use it in the future. One more idea I came up with is to create a new kind of ghost. The one that uses enhancement and conjuration. As I use sword as my main weapon, I could conjure a ghost that enhances weapons. When it enters a weapon it gives it enhancement. It could make a blade sharper or more durable. If I could, I would make eternal ghost. This ghost enters my sword. It would not enhance the sword but enhances the wound. For example, if I cut someone with my sword, the wound that I made could not be easily healed and stay there for a long amounts of time. Last idea I came up with is to upgrade my explosive ghost. From Hisoka's bungee gum I know that I could give my aura not one property but two properties. For example, bungee gum has the properties of a rubber and gum. The property that I want to add my explosive ghost is the property of a poison. As I already have a little immunity to poison, I could eat poisonous fruits and plants and also research about poison. After that research I'm 100% sure I could add properties of a poison to my explosive ghost. If I finish my setting up properties of a poison I could win people who are more powerful than me and save my lifespan. One great show of poison was in a fight between Meruem vs Netero. Meruem won against Netero using only his physical power. And even zero-hand ability of Netero could only give few scratches to the king of Chimera Ants. At the end Netero used bomb planted on his heart to try and kill the king, but even bomb was useless against him. As Meruem survived the blast. What killed the Meruem was the poison released from the bomb. This battle showed how poison could be used to win against opponents far stronger than you. If my explosive ghost had the ability to spread poison, I could have even killed the Hisoka during our fight. After the plane landed I went to Hunter exclusive site and searched for info the most dangerous of the poisons. Then I would feed all of them to Hooded Pitohui and the Scorpion, making their poison more concentrated. Then I would steal their life energies, upgrading my poison immunity. I cancelled the plans to go to home and started research on poisons. It took me more than 20 days to finally produce results. I already stole life energies of Hooded Pitohui and Scorpion, upgrading my poison immunity. I also deepened my understanding of poison and injected different types of poison to my body. It would make changing properties of my explosive ghost to poison easier. And after 23 days I finally added properties of poison to my explosive ghost, effectively upgrading my explosive ghost to EP Explosive Poisonous Ghost. After finishing my research I went back to Meteor City, but when I went to my house I was shocked by what I saw. The place where our house had to be in was completely empty. Chapter 25. I looked at the place where our house had to be existing, but there was nothing there except the scraps and waste. I looked around and found out that the surrounding houses also changed, but their layout did not. I knocked on the most unfamiliar door. The door was opened by an old lady. I looked at her and with a warm smile I asked, "I was here 7 years ago, but I remember there was a house at that place. Do you know what happened to it?" I pointed at the place our house existed while asking her. Old lady looked at that place and answered, "Yes, I do. But why would I tell you?" I warmly put my hand on my pocket and took out my wallet. From it I took my hunter license and gave my wallet to her and saying, "You can have this as my appreciation for you." She looked at my hunter license and demanded, "That thing on your hands looks like a credit card. I want it too." I was nice to her because as a gentleman I have to respect women and elderly, but she totally angered me. What infuriated me is that every minute I spend with her I feel like wasting precious time which could be used to save my one family. With fast hand speed I snatched my wallet back and released part of my bloodlust. I looked at her angrily and yelled, "Answer me now, you old hag, or I'll show you what it means to experience hell." She was so scared that she almost fainted, but she still answered me, "I'm really sorry. Please don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. 5 years ago I moved here. There was a house in a place you showed me. There lived a family of 4. One young woman and her 3 adopted sons. They all lived happily. Her sons found a good job and were in good condition, but a year ago a great fire occurred in this region of the city. House and the people inside were burned down. As this place was emptied out, new waves of trash were thrown here. That why you can't see the traces of the fire?" I ignored her and knocked on other unfamiliar door. This time I didn't act nice and quickly released my bloodlust. From the owner of the house I got the same story of fire and their life. I was quite confused as their story did not make sense. I grew up with Damon and I know that he was the closest friend to everyone. It did not make sense that he never visited my mother and brothers. I looked at that person and asked, "Do you remember the names of the brothers?" He carefully looked at me and hiding nothing he answered, "Yes I do. Their names were Axel, Reese, and Damon. As they frequently helped me." I was more confused by his words. After hearing 3 brothers lived here I assumed they were Axel, Reese, and Enzo. Damon works as an assassin, that's why I never considered him to be living here peacefully with Beatrix, Axel, and Reese. What confused me more is where did Enzo go to? After 2 years I left, those people came here. I know almost everything for last 5 years but know nothing about what happened 2 years after my disappearance. But I know one thing, and that is organization knows everything. I never used their ID given to me, but it came in handy now as I was heading for the headquarters of the organization. When I arrived before the headquarters I could not believe my eyes as it changed too much. From being broke down 20-story building it became a towering 60-floor long tower. I entered the building but my ID was rejected by the guard. Ignoring him I powered my punch with Ko and punched the door. It was too fragile as it broke down easily. I went inside right away. What I saw when I entered the building was a big screen showing my brother, Damon's face. When I saw it I was happy as it would mean Beatrix, Axel and Reese are at least alive. I couldn't control my tears and started to cry. When I stopped and looked around I saw that I was surrounded by the guys pointing a machine guns at me. It was that time I remembered that before entering the building I broke the door using Ko. Now I was surrounded by the people from the organization. I looked at the guy that looked like leader as he had 4 stars and asked, "Hey you, yes you. Come here and tell me where Damon is." He looked at me and answered, "What Damon? Who are you talking about?" I pointed at that big screen and answered, "I'm talking about him." That 4-star assassin looked over the big screen and answered, "He's not Damon but the greatest assassin of our organization. The Devil King, Enzo." Chapter 26. I was totally shocked. I could say nothing. I looked at that 4-star saying and asked, "You said his name is Enzo. When did he join the organization?" He answered me with an anger in his eyes, "Why would I tell you that? Shoot him down." I released my bloodlust. All the assassins that surrounded me have frozen from fear. Using Ren to make myself faster and applying Shu to my katana I started to beheading them. I killed them all except for the 4-star assassin and asked the same question, "You said his name is Enzo. When did he join the organization?" He hurriedly answered me, "Yes, his name is Enzo. He joined us 7 years ago. He was trained by the organization for 2 years and after that he started to take missions. In just 5 years he became our strongest assassin." His answer confirmed my guess that it was Damon. I don't know why he took the name of Enzo and where the heck is the real Enzo. I looked at 4-star assassin and demanded, "Go up and call that so-called Enzo here." I waited for a few minutes and I was surrounded by many 4-star and 5-star assassins. They all knew how to use Nen. So I released N and said, "Anyone who enters this circle dies." I looked at that 4-star assassin afterwards and asked, "Where is Enzo? Why is he not here?" He looked at me with contempt and answered, "We don't need him to beat you up." After saying those words they all jumped at me. I did not move and waited till they enter my N. When one of them entered my N I slashes and cut him in half. Another one entered my N from my back. Without turning back I slashed my sword backwards cutting him in half. Other one entered my N from my unarmed side and I destroyed its skull with my fist. After witnessing such a gruesome deaths they all stopped. They looked at all the dead people and created a distance with me. What stopped them is not the death of their friends but the fear that they could be my next victims. I looked at the strongest looking 5-star assassin. Then I started to kill all the other assassins. Not even a minute passed and all of them were dead except for 5-star assassin. I looked at him again and said, Bring me Enzo and I'll destroy this building within a minute. He was scared shitless and started running up to upper floors. Within a minute an elevator opened up and Giant exited the elevator. He looked like walking mass of muscles. He looked at me and asked, "You were looking for me? You look so skinny and small, how could you fight me?" I looked at him and answered, "You don't remember me, Damon?" He changed his facial expression when he heard his real name. He closely looked at me very closely and exclaimed, "Is it you, Darby? You're alive?" "Yes, I am," I said and opened my arms to hug my brother. But what I didn't expect was that I received a punch right on my stomach. And I was sent flying. When I landed I looked at Damon. I was enraged. Without saying anything I powered my katana with Shu and started to run up to him. I slashed at him 12 times but my attack left only scratches as he covers his body with Ken. Ken is the advanced version of the basic Ren and Ten techniques. It is a primarily defensive technique where a Nen user maintains a state of Ren for a prolonged amount of time. The amount of aura surrounding the user's body during Ken is about 10 times higher than during Ten. Ken allows a Nen user to guard against attacks from any direction, but the large amount of aura produced makes it tiring to maintain. It is considered the best option to defend from Ko, despite not being as powerful as the latter on any given part of the body, as it protects all of it evenly. When not immediately at risk of being struck with Ko, Ken is utilized when one wants to be cautious. So using Ken to protect yourself? Then let me see what is more powerful, your Ken or my Ko. After saying that I sheathed my sword and concentrated all of my aura on my fist. I punched him with a fist covered in Ko. My punch was unstoppable and broke his Ken easily. Even thought I'm not an enhancer, I have abnormal amounts of aura from training and consuming life energies of animals I possess. I went up to him unsheathing my sword and asked him, "I respect you as my brother, so tell me, why did you attack me? Where is everyone else and why you changed your name?" Chapter 27. You call yourself my brother? Don't joke with me. You disappeared for 7 years and now you came back. It would have been far better if you stayed dead, Damon said looking at me. I answered him, I had my own reasons. Now tell me what happened. He looked at me and hesitantly said, "It started just after your death. Enzo never believed me when I said you died. He went on a search to find you. I tried to stop him but he never listened to me. That's when our family started to crumble. I was always training so I couldn't be with everyone. That's why I couldn't." Damon started crying. It was obvious that he remembered something painful. I waited till he calmed down, as sometimes it's better just to let someone cry till it gets better. Damon is the strongest out of all of my brothers, but he is also the most emotional out of all of us. He calmed down and continued, "You know that Axel always was weak physically and mentally. After you left us, Enzo too disappeared, and with all the training I received, I rarely visited them. Axel developed a depression as he felt that it was his fault me and Enzo left. To cope with depression he started to abuse drugs. Reese tried everything to stop that and he many times visited organization to see me. But he could never reach me. When I knew about it I was already late. Depression and drug abuse led to Axel's memory loss. He even forgot about you and me. But for some reason he could never forget Enzo. Maybe it was because Enzo was closest to Axel, but Axel wanted to just meet Enzo. Doctor said if he could meet Enzo he has chances of recovery. That's why I changed my name to Enzo and started to act like real Enzo. That's when our lives started to get better. Axel started to recover, but he could never remember about you and me. But I think it was for the better to not remember how we left him, our brother." I looked at him and asked, "But I heard you lived with Axel in our old house and also was an assassin at the same time. How did you manage it?" "All thanks to Nen ability of the organization member. That Nen ability conjures a doppelganger of a person. That ability could be used for both himself and other people. Doppelganger has the same memories as the original. Doppelganger also shares 5 feelings with the original body. Limitation is that this ability could only be used every 10 years. Also Doppelganger has 0 power, it's just as useful as a normal person. Doppelganger lived and took care of Axel and others. Everything was good before the darned fire. As my doppelganger was useless, I couldn't save anyone. They all died. Damon again started to cry. And I too couldn't hold my tears. I just couldn't believe what Damon said to me. I looked at Damon and yelled, "I don't believe it. How could they die?" While crying, Damon answered me, "It was all because of the smoke. As our house was surrounded by many wastes, when those wastes were burned they produced a thick smoke. After only inhaling it for a minute, anyone could lose consciousness." "Who was it who started that fire?" I yelled out, releasing my bloodlust. "The one who started the fire is Enzo," Damon answered. I pulled Damon with his collar and yelled, "How could it be Enzo? He would have never done such a thing." Damon, clearly angry, told me, "Do you think I would believe it if some random guy told me?" Everything pointed at that it was Enzo. Many people saw his face during that time. I searched for him after that and found him near the West District. There I asked him myself, and he answered that it was him who created that fire. He changed too much, he was insane when I found him. He kept on repeating eye for an eye, fire for a fire. I brought him to hospital and doctors said he had drug addiction and insanity. I killed him with my own hands after that. I researched his life after he left us, but I couldn't find anything. How he became insane, how he was addicted to drugs, and why he killed everyone. When I heard his words I was stunned. Eye for an eye, fire for a fire, fire for a fire, fire for a fire. From his words I finally understood what happened. I was enraged when I found out the truth. Eye for an eye. Then that's what would happen. You destroyed my family and I will destroy your everything. Chapter 28. Are you happy now, Darby? Please leave me alone now and never come back. It was all because of you. If you never existed, our family would never have been turned into this. Leave this place and never come back, Damon said, very agitated. I looked at him and answered, "Yes, I'm." After saying those words I went towards the elevator. As I was once the part of the organization, I knew who is on top hierarchy. Assembly of Elders controls the organization. They do that by assigning 5 leaders for the organization. This is to keep balance and power. All those leaders mostly stayed in the highest floor of the organization. That was my goal. First I would kill those leaders, then I would kill all the other members of the organization. Building had 60 floors. I pressed on the highest floor, but it needed to swipe your ID. It was impossible to go there without some authority. I wanted to ask Damon for help but couldn't get myself to do so. I pressed on 59th floor, but it too didn't work. Then I pressed on 50th floor and it worked. On 50th floor there was a big training room. There 2 people were standing on guard next to the elevator. I looked at them and asked, "Where is the staircase?" "Oh, never mind, I don't need it." After saying that, I took care of the 2 guards. Then I jumped and easily reached the ceiling. Powering my punch with Ko, I broke through the ceiling and reached the next floor. I did that until I reached last floor. There was a big meeting room. It was the place where leaders stayed. I entered the meeting room and what was waiting for me was a bunch of machine guns aimed at me. I used Ken to protect myself. When they finished shooting, I unsheathed my weapon and beheaded all those assassins. I killed everyone there except for 5 people in the center. I looked at them and asked, "You thought so lowly of me?" They fearfully looked at me and said, "What do you want? Money, land, or women? I'll give you anything if you don't kill me." "Oh, if you don't want to die, just take my sword and kill the other 4, I said to all of them, and threw my sword to them. Without a moment of hesitation they all rushed to take my katana. They did everything to be the one who takes the sword first. And finally fattest one from the group reached my katana. He took my katana and started to swing it like crazy. It was not long before he was killed and katana was taken from him. Other 4 again tried to get my katana and finally one of them got it. He killed other 3 with a weapon easily. He was not as weak as that fatty. Then after killing his partners he looked at me expectantly and said, "I killed them all, can I be free?" Smiling warmly I answered, "Yes, you can. I'm a man of his words." He smiled and threw away my katana. When he was nearing the room, someone pierced his heart. He looked to see who it was. It was the fatty that was killed first. After they killed him, I possessed that fatty with my peeping ghost. As he was already dead, I could easily possess him. After Fatty killed the winner, I exited the room. I went to 59th floor again, but this time I killed everyone there. I killed everyone in the organization, be it new recruit or the veteran. If they join the assassin organization, then they are evil. From 40th floor to the first I could not find anyone. It was evident they all ran away. I arrived at the bottom floor and Damon was standing there. "Why are you still here?" I asked him. "I have to say the same thing to you," he answered. "Oh, if I think about it, you're the member of the organization." "Are you the member?" I asked him, releasing my bloodlust. He looked at me and answered, "Yes, I'm the most loyal member of the organization." After saying that, he attacked me. I took my katana and blocked his punch. "Please don't make me kill you. You're my only family left. Please don't let me kill you," I yelled at Damon. But he never stopped, before I pierced him with my katana. I looked at him and asked, "Why you did this? Why? Why you made me kill you?" He looked at me and said, "I wanted to die from your hand, not from the others. I could have protected you. You didn't have to die for it," I answered while crying. I wanted to see them. I wanted to see Beatrix, Axel, Reese, and Enzo. I really missed them. But I just couldn't, as I had to take revenge. Sorry to leave all my problems to you. Holding Damon's corpse in my hands, I went to the central part of the Meteor City. There they lived, the Assembly of Elders. Chapter 29. When did I change? I was always cold and calculative person in my past life. Now I'm too emotional, aggressive and sentimental. In both of my lives I had a loving family. So it can't be because I've received a familial love. Is it the power? In my past life I had no power. Yes, I trained my body to its fullest, but I was still a human. I would have died if someone shot me. But in this life I could survive a rain of bullets. Did power blind me? Did it make me overconfident? No. It's not the power. It's that I don't take this world for reality. In my past life I watched this world as a bystander. Of course I felt sad when certain people died. But I was still just an observer. But when I came here, made a family and bonded with others, that's when everything changed. I tried to make myself to truly like them, my new family that is. But I couldn't, as I can't shake of the feeling that I'm just a bystander. That's why I easily killed Damon. I could have just fainted him and make him stop. But I killed him. I forced myself to love them. Deep in my heart I wanted to love them as a family, but I couldn't. I wanted to show myself that I could be emotional, that I deeply care about my family. I never thought of those people around me as real people because I know it's a fiction. I can't just shake off the feeling of being a bystander, an observer. When I tried to prove myself that I could be loving and caring, I tried too much. I created myself an emotional and aggressive persona. But this world is real, not some made-up world. I feel pain here and I could die here. But also I know what happens in the future, taking away any danger I could be in. I would just hide somewhere safe if I could and continue to just be an observer. When I was thinking, I already arrived at the mansion located right at the center of the Meteor City. It was the most important place in all of Meteor City and of course the most guarded place too. I unsheathed my katana and slowly walked towards the mansion. I wanted to be as unnoticeable as possible because I don't want to scare them off. Slowly but surely I beheaded all the guards that guarded the mansion. After killing them all I entered the mansion. It was a meeting place and the house of the members of assembly. There were many guards left inside the mansion, so I wanted to try out my new bomb. I sacrificed a day of my lifespan and detonated it. EP Ghost generated more power than a rocket launcher. But its most dangerous power is not destructivity but the poison it spreads. Quickly poison was spread all over the first floor and traveled to second. Poison's effects showed itself right after one of the guards stepped on the first floor. First he started to shake as if he had seizures. After that he held his neck. It was evident he had trouble breathing and his pupils dilated. Finally he started vomiting and died. After watching that I felt really weird. When I thought of poisoning, I imagined person just coughing blood and dropping dead. But this person started shaking, had trouble breathing, his pupils dilated and he vomited. It was grosser than I thought. Guards after that too started to show the same symptoms. I just couldn't take it and went upstairs. There I started my search for the assembly members. I found them in a meeting room. I wondered how could they still be here. Didn't they know that all of the guards were dead? I inspected everywhere with my inn and couldn't find anything. I unsheathed my katana and beheaded them all. When I came back to first floors, what I looked at was shocking. The bodies of the dead people started to melt. After that I went to the graveyard. There with my both hands I started to dig a grave for Damon. After I buried him, I looked at that grave and said, "Did I ever say I like you to you? I don't think so. From the moment we know each other, I never have told you or anyone that I love them. For most of my life I wanted to love you and others, but I couldn't as I was an outsider." After saying that I looked away and started to walk away. It doesn't matter if I have ever loved them or not, as they are just pages in my great book of life. One of the hundreds and thousands of pages. Now I finally understand that I don't need family and love. I just need one thing, and that is my goal. I would never stop until I reach my goal. Chapter 30. I still had time till the Greed Island arc starts. That's why I wanted to explore the Hunter x Hunter world. Hunter x Hunter world has 6 continents, just like an Earth from my past life. But only 2 were named in the anime itself. One being European continent and other being Asian continent. Most of the story takes place in European continent, where York New City is located. It's also the place where a severed body part of the Chimera Ant Queen was first found. The European continent is roughly similar in appearance to the North American continent of the Earth. Asian is the other named continent in an anime. Kakan Empire is located at the middle of Asian continent. Gon and Killua visited Kakan using a company card from the game Greed Island. After you finish the game, you could take 3 cards from the game to the real world. They used the company card to transport themselves to person named Nig, who they thought was Gon's father Jing. It was also the place where Phantom Troop was expelled by Razor, after they tried to enter Greed Island unofficially. I would like to travel to European continent, most specifically Gordo Desert. It is the place where battle between Phantom Troop and Mafia takes place. After Phantom Troop's first attack on the Mafia's underground auction, the Mafia community pursues and confronts them in Gordo Desert. Yuvagian slaughters the pursuers, including 4 of the 10 shadow beasts. As Kurapika captures Yuvagian, Shizuku, Maki, Shanark, Phaeton Best Boy, Nobunaga, and Franklin chase after him, but are stopped by the remaining shadow beasts. So Shizuku and Phaeton, still Best Boy, finish off the remaining shadow beasts, while taking the shadow beast Al as a prisoner. Gordo Desert is also the place where Kurapika battled Yuvagian and later buried him. I wanted to visit Gordo Desert for several reasons. Main reason being that it's quite close to York New City, where I have to join Greed Island game. Other reason being Desert Temple located there. It's one of the restricted areas which I have access to because of Hunter license. It was said that it's an ancient temple where many Nen users trained in. It's a place of spiritual enlightenment. Many years passed and slowly that place was forgotten by everyone. Desert Temple is now in ruins and hardly anyone visits that place. I booked a ticket for an airship. My destination was Lingon Airport, which is an airport in the York New City suburbs. When I arrived at Lingon Airport, I took a taxi and went to Gordo Desert. As expected from a desert, it was covered in sand everywhere. When I looked around, I remembered one quote which always makes me laugh. It says, "I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating and it gets everywhere." This, ladies and gentlemen, why making prequels to Star Wars was one of the worst decisions in cinematic history. I was quite far away from the desert temple, so I started to walk. In 2 days I finally arrived at the ancient ruins. Before me stood once majestic desert temple. It is unclear why the temple was left in ruins. One of the theories suggests that ancient Nen practitioner once sacrificed his own friends to get an ultimate power. He tried to steal life energies of all of his friends and become the strongest Nen user and rule the world. Interesting thing is that he almost succeeded. He sacrificed everyone in the temple and using his Nen ability he absorbed their life energies. But ultimately he failed. His body couldn't contain so much power and he slowly became insane. Slowly his body turned into that of a monster's after absorbing so many life energies. After that many monsters started appearing near the temple but they never left it. They always stayed in the vicinity of the temple as if to protect something. Later those monsters were exterminated by the hunters and investigation has taken place there. But hunters found nothing there. Later even though monsters were exterminated, temple became a restricted area as those who entered it could never leave. I started exploring the temple. The first thing that shook me was the sheer size of the temple. It was gigantic. And most of it was already destroyed, less than 20% of the temple that was left was already so big. Other thing that caught my interest was drawings on the walls. They depicted all the history of the temple. From the time it was built to the time it was destroyed. If it was not restricted it would have been a great scenic tourist attraction site. To try my luck I conjured up stalker ghosts. They were ideal for exploring the ruins. They could be summoned for long periods of time. They could travel between walls and sink deep underground as they were intangible. Most importantly I shared my site with it. I found a nice place to sit and controlled my stalker ghosts to explore the ruins. I searched for secret passages or deep underground bases. There has to be something as those monsters were clearly protecting something. I looked at everywhere in Desert Temple and found nothing. Chapter 31. After searching for something for almost 4 hours I finally found something interesting. Without wasting a minute I went there. It was a cylinder-shaped room with a circular hole on the ceiling. From outside it looked like a normal not-so-special room. But inside of it was beautiful. Its internal walls depicted a particular dance moves. It depicted 3 types of attacks. 3 types of attacks being, low kicks, high punches or hits, and double punches with both fists. It looked quite similar to Northern Shaolin Kung Fu. The northern styles of Kung Fu generally emphasize long-range techniques, quick advances and retreats, wide stances, kicking and leaping techniques, whirling circular blocks, quickness, agility, and aggressive attacks. After looking at the dance moves I went to the center of the room. There on the ceiling circular hole was created. Under the hole there was a drawing of the sun. Most likely is some kind of clue. Clue for what, you may ask? After searching all around the temple I found nothing special except this place. Using my stalker ghost I found a mechanism under this room. When I tried and enter that place my ghost was blocked. I was quite shocked as my ghost was intangible so it could pass any physical structure easily. Most likely some kind of switch is located in this room that could start that mechanism. I stood over the drawing of the sun, and tried to mimic the dance moves drawn on the walls. It was not so hard to mimic those moves. Totally there were 12 moves depicted on the walls. I wasted whole day looking at the drawing of the sun on the floor. After observing it for a day, I understood that at noon when the sun was over the room, the drawing got brighter than ever. If I was correct then I had to mimic those dancing moves at noon when the drawing was brightest. Next day I waited till noon and when it arrived I went before first picture and mimicked the first move. When I was performing that move I felt like my feet touched something. I did not move and calmed myself. The eye moved left and simultaneously performed the second dance move and again I felt like my feet touched something. After I performed all 12 moves I looked at the center of the room and like I guessed pillar arose from the place where the sun drawing was located. I looked around and found out that it was not a pillar but a cover for a circular staircase. I started to walk down the stairs. Slowly but surely I arrived deep underground place. It was dark everywhere. I took out the flashlight and looked around the room. It was an underground library. I went to the nearest shelf and tried to hold a book. Book was made from stone-like material. I tried to read what was written there but couldn't as I don't know what language it was. I looked at all the books but couldn't read any of it. So I left it all and went back upstairs. Before I did that I made a copy of that stone book. It was really sad as I found something interesting but couldn't understand what it was. When I exited the underground room, I left the temple and went to the nearest city, which was York New City. After I arrived to the city, I went straight to the Hotel Baedekel. Hotel Baedekel is a high-class hotel located in York New City. During the York New City arc, Neon Nostrade and her bodyguards stayed here. After having a nap, I went and took out the computer provided by the hotel. I typed the URL needed for Hunter's Tavern and swiped my license on a magnetic card reader hardware. After which a graphic animation starts, showing a tavern with old saloon-looking aspects mixed with the elements of a modern bar. It was a Hunter's Tavern, also known as Hunter's Website or Hunter Website, is an online website run by the Hunter Association which provides information for a price to hunters. In this website you could find information about everything possible. The functional interface of the main page itself consists of graphic elements that serve as links to the side sections, which is browsable through point-and-click actions. The interactive virtual bartender acts as a link to the list of data available for purchase and personally feeds the user with the acquired information. I searched up for ancient languages that existed around the Gordo Desert. I also searched for the languages that existed during the time of Desert Temple existence. After searching for a while, I finally found a language that was close to the language I saw. I took out the copy of that stone book and checked it if that was the same language. It was the same language, which made me really happy. It took me almost 48 days to be kind of fluent in that language. After that I went back to the Desert Temple. In there I again entered the cylinder-shaped room. As I expected, the room went to the time as it was before. I again waited till Nan then performed 12 dance moves opening up the staircase. After that I went downstairs and started reading those books. Chapter 32. I started to read the stone books. They were just history books of the people who lived here. It told about how they arrived to the known world from the Dark Continent. The Dark Continent is a place that stretches beyond the known world, which is nested inside the gigantic Lake Mobius, located at the center of the Dark Continent. The ancestors of the human race apparently migrated from there to the known world, as the deciphering of myths and the study of ancient ruins seem to testify. The giant chimera ant queen came from there, while it is speculated that the magical beasts also originated from the Dark Continent as well. You could already guess how dangerous the Dark Continent by just looking at the chimera ants. Any chimera any soldier could easily kill, and experienced fighter. Squadron leaders have great talent in Nen and could easily learn it with little bit exposure. Royal guards could use Nen from birth, and after learning to control it they are stronger than many Nen masters. They only lose to those super powerful Nen masters such as Netero, Xenozolid, Gene Freaks and Adult Gun Freaks. The newborn king could beat Isaac Netero Old Age, who was considered the strongest Nen user of his generation in his prime, using only his physical body without enhancing it. It is written on ancient artifacts that disasters occurred every time humanity excurred to the Dark Continent. Therefore a protocol was established by the V5-V6 after Khakan Empire joined 200 years ago, also known as the Inviolability Treaty, that prohibited said action. But, over the past few years, there have been recorded 149 attempts of voyages to the Dark Continent. Of these only 5 were successful and had survivors. In the aggregate they were 28, which possessed immense physical prowess and prodigious luck, one amongst them being beyond. The mere survival rate of 0.04% is indicative of the Dark Continent's hostility toward outsiders. At the end of each one of the V5 expeditions there were brought back one of the 5 threats: the botanical weapon Brian, the gaseous life form I, the twin snake Hellbell, the human-feeding beast Pap, and the immortality disease Zobi. It is also implied that Nanika Alukazalik's other personality is in gaseous life form I. Nanika's victims are either squashed or wrung to death if her requests are refused. Some of the ascertained victims of the 5 threats were killed exactly that way. It makes sense because she was stated she came from Dark Continent and was brought here by Zigzalid, who traveled to Dark Continent with Netero. Books stated that people who built and lived in this temple escaped from the Dark Continent. In there they were slaves of certain race. That race was a humanoid creatures with super long limbs and were covered with fur. By their description I understood that they were most likely creatures that looked like Yeti. Those Yeti creatures were super intelligent and talented. Even newborn babies could use Nen and already knew all the advanced and basic Nen techniques, and developed their own Hatsu. They were super powerful race that could live up to thousands of years. They had only two weaknesses, which were their low fertility rate and their long lifespans. They had a really low fertility rate. Their long lifespans were their weaknesses because for few reasons. One being their intelligence is related to their age. Even thought they had super intelligence, those who were less than 400 years had same intelligence as normal babies. Only those who lived more than 500 years could be named as genius-level intelligence. That's why even though newborn babies already could use advanced and basic Nen techniques and had developed a Hatsu ability, they were still weak. Other reason is that their evolution stagnated, meaning they could not evolve further. This race also had one ability, and that is to control magical beasts that are weaker than them. Yeti race had low population number, and to solve those problems they enslaved many humans, as humans had high fertility, and were weak. Humans became great slave material. People who built this temple somehow escaped those Yeti creatures and arrived at the known world. But before they escaped they kidnapped a newborn Yeti child. It was to see if they could make him their ally and could train him. If they were successful, they also hoped to see if humans could reproduce with Yeti race, creating a race that had prowess of the Yeti race and fertility of the humans. Kidnapping Yeti race child was their mistake, as after 600 years that child grew up and became an unstoppable monster. That Yeti child killed all the people in the temple. But they also weren't pushovers. They trapped the Yeti child in deep underground so he can never escape. After reading those books I had clear idea about this temple and its inhabitants. This also explained why many magical beasts came here. Most likely the child called them here and gave them order to release him. I took a deep breath and again started to read through the ancient books to see if there was a clue to where they trapped that Yeti creature. I reread them and still couldn't find any clue. That underground trap has to be somewhere in the temple. After that I started to look around the library, to see if there were any secret passages. Sadly I found nothing like that. Then I conjured the stalker ghost to see if it could find anything. Chapter 33. I sent my stalker ghost deeper to see if I find something. When stalker ghost entered the ground, my ghost was stopped by the barrier. I knew something was there and that something is what I searched for. I again started to look around the room. I pulled many books back and forth in hopes of opening some kind of secret passage. It was all useless. I went upstairs and started to look at the pictures depicted in the walls. Pictures still depicted dancing moves and nothing else. After looking at them for a few minutes, one crazy idea came to my head. To open up the stairs to the underground library I performed moves in a counterclockwise rotation. But I never questioned why I did so because it worked. There was no indication in the pictures from where to start. What if I started performing those dancing moves in a clockwise rotation? So like that I checked my hypothesis. I started to perform the first move in the same place where I ended my dancing moves last time. As in the past my legs pressed something. I was happy. Like that I performed those dancing moves in a clockwise rotation. After finishing all 12 dance moves I looked around and the stairs were still there. Then I went downstairs to the library. It was still dark library, but there was one visible change. The bookshelves were moved and opened up a secret passage. I entered the passage and before long I arrived before the staircase. I started walking down the stairs. It was super long staircase and it took me 15 minutes to arrive at the bottom. I arrived before the underground base. There I saw big gate. This gate looked quite similar to the testing gate of the Zalid family. It also had Roman numerals. I went before the gates and started to push them. Even thought there were lesser number of doors than the testing gate. In my point of view it was heavier than the testing gate of the Zalid family, as the first pair of doors were around 64 tons, which was the same as fifth pair of doors of a testing gate. After I opened the gates, what came before my eyes were a bunch of chains. And those chains were wrapped around a corpse. Even thought hundreds of years passed after its death. Its flesh not rotten in the slightest. That creature looked quite hideous. It was a giant creature with a monkey's face that had 2 pairs of fangs. It also had pair of curvy bovine horns. It was covered in white fur which was dirtied after many years spent here. I used Gyo to see if they have any traces of aura. What surprised me was that those were the chains conjured by the Nen ability. What surprised me was sheer quantity of chains. I think more than 20 conjurers conjured up those chains to seal off this monster. Those chains looked quite similar to Kurapika's ability chain jail. Shaped like a hook, this very durable chain is designed to envelop and restrain spiders. It forces its prisoners into a state of zetsu, shutting off their aura and preventing the use of Nen abilities. Consequently, it is only possible to escape from it through brute force, although not even Uvagen, the strongest spider, could break free from it. Kurapika can fully restrain a distant target in half a second. To create this chain, Kurapika imposed a limitation that allows him to use it only against members of the Phantom Troop, with the added stipulation that violating this condition will result in his death. And imagine 20 more people using the same ability to restrain one monster. It was quite obvious that creature here is super strong individual. Not even mentioning that Nen abilities get boosted after the person's death, meaning those chains were far stronger than Kurapika's chains, as the users died and further strengthened those chains. I took out my katana and unsheathed it. Then I went before the monster and swung my shoe-powered blade towards monster's crotch area. To see if monster was really dead. It doesn't matter how strong the monster is, male's crotch area is always the weakest part of body. I sword made just a scratch in that area and broke down. I confirmed he was dead, as no one could pretend to be dead and don't feel their jewels being injured. I was also surprised by his durability, as he was just a rotting corpse and still could withstand my strike powered by the Nen. I went towards the chains and touched them. What surprised me was when my hands touched the chains they disappeared. Most likely it was one of the limitations to use this ability or make it stronger. Something like it seals only Yeti race or it can't be used in humans. I looked at the corpse and was exited. Why I was exited, you ask? For obvious reason, which was it guaranteed that I would have far stronger body after I would be reborn as the Chimera Ant in the future. Chimera Ant Queen produced such a monster Meruem by just eating low-quality meat, and one Nen user that was Pockle. It's okay if you don't remember him. He sucks. What happens if she ate high-quality meat just like the thing that is in front of me? Thank you, Fate, for giving me such a high-quality meat. Chapter 34. Now I have a serious problem to consider, and that is, where could I leave it? This corpse has more value than anything in this world for me, so I would hardly sleep and not think about it. I have to find a safe place to store it. But where could I put it? I don't even have a house, and even in my own house I'm not sure corpse could be safe. I could leave it here, but what if someone comes and takes it away? I couldn't risk, as this corpse is too valuable. It is one of the highest quality meat in this world, so it would be really terrible if someone stole it. After some thought I decided to buy a mansion in Yorgnu City around the Gordo Desert. I also planned to create a big refrigerator to preserve the quality of the meat. After I finished deciding, I left the desert temple. As I earned quite the sum of money during my 1-year job as a blacklist hunter, there was no problem in buying small-sized mansion near the Gordo Desert. After I bought a mansion, I begun the creation of the refrigerator in my secret room. That secret room was equipped with latest technologies. After a few days the refrigerator was built and was ready to be used. During the night I went to the desert temple in a truck to retrieve the corpse. To make sure I was not followed by anyone, I conjured Peeping Ghost and made it Posse's random bird. I controlled it and made it scout through the air. When I was sure I was not followed, I calmed down. When I arrived at the desert temple, I quickly went to the trap room and started to move the body. Slowly but surely I uploaded the body in my truck, and went back to my mansion. When I arrived there, without wasting a second, I transported the corpse to the refrigerator. Finally I could now sleep normally, as everything is finished and the corpse is safe. After I finished with the corpse transportation, I again started to train, and my goal was to create a new ability. This ability would be a mix between enhancement and conjuration. In theory, I want to create a ghost that enhances my sword. This enhancement would not increase the sharpness of the blade or increase the durability of my blade. It would enhance the wound created by my blade. I would name this ability an Eternal Ghost. I already have a large amounts of aura all thanks to my peeping ghost. And when I use Shu on my blade it would have a destructive power. Only thing I now need is to ensure I deal more damage to the opponent with same amount of aura. I would make so that the wound created by my sword when using Eternal Ghost lasts longer. That wound could not be healed by normal methods, and even weak Nen healing abilities could not heal it. Take my fight with Hisoka for example. If at that time I had Eternal Ghost, he would have lost to me in a long run, even without me using EP Ghost. Even thought he has an ability Texture Surprise, he would not be able to cover his wound and stop it, making him bleed to death. As I'm a conjurer, it was quite hard for me to create an enhancement ability. Many months later, in August 31st, 1999. Today at 12 o'clock the Phantom Troupe would get here in York New City. To check if the storyline was the same, I started to follow Gon and Killua starting from August 14th. That's when they started their money-raising competition. By the way, Gon would become the victor in this competition. Tomorrow Gon, Killua, and Leorio meet up in York New City and begin to earn money with an arm wrestling competition. That same night the spiders would attack the underground auction and kill all the guests. Shortly after, Kurapika would capture the Uvogin, and that's when I enter the stage. When the Phantom Troupe exterminates the Shidao beasts, I would send out a possessed bird and help them a little. I would tell them the whereabouts of the Kurapika and his band. It would have still happened in the canon storyline, so I would not change anything. But the spiders would owe me a favor after I help them. Their favor would be quite useful in the future. They would free the Uvogin and kill the other bodyguards that protect him. At that time Kurapika would not be with his friends as he meets up with Hisoka. Next day Kurapika would kill the Uvogin after the sunset. I would also be there and observe that epic fight from far away. Kurapika would bury Uvogin's corpse after the battle. Idea of digging him up and preserving his corpse also came to my head, as Uvogin too was a high-quality meat that could help me create a body with more potential. After I finished planning out everything I went to sleep. Tomorrow's gonna be a busy day. Chapter 35. I woke up with high spirits. Today was an important day, so I had to do my best. First thing I did was go and check Gon's and Killua's arm wrestling competition. Of course I send there a possessed bird so that even if someone sees something weird they wouldn't be alarmed. I waited till Shizuku Murasaki with Franklin Bordeaux and Phaeton Porter came to play arm wrestling with Gon. Gon stretches out his right hand and Shizuku too did the same. Their arm wrestling fight quickly ended and Gon became a victor. Shizuku went back to her teammates and they started to walk away. Shizuku is a smart-looking girl with glasses, and has a short and layered black hair. She also wore a cross-shaped necklace. She's the best girl in the Phantom Troupe! Fight me. Franklin has the appearance of a hulking, Frankensteinian monster, complete with scars and sewn-up wounds that ravage his face. His brown hair is short and messy. He has elongated earlobes that reach his chest with a pair of golden earrings piercing the ends. His attire consists of a blue jumpsuit, covered in a white jacket with black stripes at the edges and brown shoes. Phaeton is of small stature but is also lean and muscular. He has black, mid-length hair, gray eyes, and a pale complexion. He wears dark and baggy long-sleeved clothes, and a bandana sporting the trademark skull crest over his mouth. Definitely best spider! Fight me. I controlled the bird and made it follow the trio. Quickly they arrived at their hideout. They're all the gang members except for the Krillou, Finks, Vanolanov, Hisoka, Pokunoda, and Kortopi took off in a hot air balloon towards the underground auction. I had two choices, and those were to just follow them or to go to the Gordo Desert and wait for them. I chose second option, as if I keep following them I could make them suspicious of the bird that I control. I went to the road that leads to Gordo Desert and waited till they came. In the canon storyline, spiders attacked the underground auction at 2100 hours. There they killed all the participants and their bodyguards. Those include even the Kurapika's friends. But when spiders looked for the loot they found nothing. That's all because Owl, one of the shadow beasts, took the auction items before the spiders attacked. The shadow beasts are a special group consisting of the 10 most powerful non-users within the mafia organizations in the world. But lesser mafia families knew nothing of that, so they send out their men to catch the spiders. Kurapika too joined the chase. The spiders escaped to the Gordo Desert where the bird I was possessing nested. I saw how Yuvogin wiped the floor with the mafia members. After he took care of the mobs, 4 members of the shadow beasts arrived. They were Leech Fatso, Porcupine Short Baldy, Rabid Dog Most Normal Looking, and Worm WTF. And guess what? He killed them all. He almost killed the worm using his Big Bang Impact. Then he bit of Leech's skull and killed him in the process. Rabid Dog was killed shortly after. Yuvogin used the piece of the Leech's skull as a bullet and fired it off with his mouth. Rabid Dog tried to block it, but the skull fragment was too powerful. Yuvogin headshot the Rabid Dog. Yuvogin killed the porcupine by amplifying his yell. But it was not a total loss for the shadow beasts, as Rabid Dog paralyzed the Yuvogin with his bite. And Leech planted small leeches onto Yuvogin. And also after Yuvogin used Big Bang Impact, his spider tattoo was revealed, making him Kurapika's target. After the fight, Kurapika used chain jail and kidnapped Yuvogin. Maki planted a needle on Yuvogin and hid it using in. Then the phantom troop started to follow the Kurapika and his friends. I too followed them, totally ignoring those 4 bundles of meat. I don't want those ugly pieces of hash being part of me, so I didn't even try to save the corpses. Kurapika quickly located the needle using Gyo on his eyes. After they threw off the needle, Owl, one of the members of the shadow beasts, jumped and tried to trap the spiders using his ability. The Fun cloth is used by Owl to shrink whatever ends up in the cloth, whether it be an object or a living being, without any physical harm. The size of the fabric can change according to Owl's will. It also seems to be very durable, as it was used to successfully envelop a car in motion. Everyone except for Nobunaga escapes the trap. Then the spiders took care of all the remaining shadow beasts. That's when I landed the bird that I was controlling in front of them. As I could share my 5 senses with the possessed creature, I could communicate with others. I said to them, "Need help?" They all alarmingly looked my way. "Why are all of you so alarmed? Is it so weird to see a talking bird?" "And I wanted to help you," I said, looking really hurt. "Could birds make such expressions?" Maki looked at me and asked, "Help?" "Yes," I said, and continued by saying, "You all helped me in killing all of the shadow beasts. Rabid Dog, one of the shadow beasts, killed and raped my sister. So thank you for killing him. So to show my thankfulness, I would tell you where the guy that kidnapped your comrade is." Of course they would not believe me, so I continued by saying, "If you don't believe me, it's okay. I understand. You can interrogate me as much as you can. I can also tell you my nen ability, which is called Little Helper. I'm a manipulator and I could manipulate any bird in this world. I just want to thank you for avenging my sister." Chapter 36. I said to them, "Please let me help you. I can't just live on without thanking you for killing all the shadow beasts." They all thought for a minute, and then Maki asked, "Show your real body to us." I answered them, "This bird is my real body. Rabid Dog killed me after I went to get my revenge. My strong feelings transferred my soul into the bird's body after my death. It was all possible because of my strong feelings of hatred towards the Rabid Dog." They again thought for a minute. After that they motioned towards me, asking me to come towards them. I followed them but did not enter the crowded car which was freed from the owl's trap. I said to them, "I'm scared of women, so I can't be too near them. If I'm too near the woman I could die. I would fly after the car." After I said that I flew up. They took me to their hideout, which was an abandoned building. There I saw other members of Phantom Troop. Many of them I knew from the series. And one particular person was really dangerous for me. And that is Pakunoda. Pakunoda was a tall, slender woman with long pointed features. She had short, straight, blonde hair reaching down to her neck. Her most prominent feature was her aquiline nose. The most dangerous part of her was one of her abilities, psychometry. Pakunoda can read the conscious thoughts of any person she is in physical contact with and can extract memories by asking specific questions. Trying to fool Pakunoda by creating irrelevant conscious thoughts or false information is impossible since Pakunoda can extract her target's purest memories. The information she collects is highly useful in exposing weaknesses and secrets, especially in finding out the opponent's nen ability or in situations requiring some form of extortion or blackmail. Pakunoda's ability can also be used to see the past of an object while touching. I don't know which memories she can extract. If she could just extract memories of the bird I possess, then she wouldn't be so dangerous. But if she extracts my memories, it would be terrifying. I can't let her touch the bird that I possess. I also looked at Hisoka as before I say anything he already has to leave this place. In the canon storyline he would leave the spiders and go meet up with Kurapika. If I start to tell the whereabouts of the Uvogin now, that could mess up the storyline. Thankfully Hisoka stood up and said, "I have to leave now." After that he left the room. Then I looked at other people and after a few moments of silence I said, "I know where your comrade is. He is captured by the Nostrade family bodyguards, and is held Hotel Batical. And to get him back you just have to go there as a Mafia Association members. If you need it I would stay here as your hostage." After they heard my words they all thought for a minute. Then Pakunoda came up to me and tried to make a physical contact with me. I did not let her and flew. I said, "Please don't come close to me. I'm scared of any woman. I can't be too close to any woman." Phaeton and others who were with me before told how I was scared of women and couldn't enter the car. My previous acting really helped me to overcome this dangerous situation. After that they did as I said them to. Later others called and said that Uvogin was freed, and that he went after the guy with chains. I was free to go after that and I flew away. Tomorrow's gonna be a busy day too. After the spiders attacked the underground auction and wiped out the shadow beasts, Mafia leaders issued bounties for their heads the next day. Anyone who brings them a Phantom Troop member could get 2 billion zenis. At 1700 hours, September 2nd, Gon, Killua, and Leorio sign up for a hunt for the Phantom Troop. This same day after the sunset an epic battle would be fought between Uvogin and Kurapika. Now I'm standing atop a mountain near the Guardio Desert waiting for Kurapika and Uvogin to arrive. They didn't let me wait and arrived shortly after. Before the battle started Uvogin went away for a second as the nature was calling. He got rid of all the leech eggs that was piled inside his genitals. This was really important as I don't want a body that houses leeches. After Uvogin finished his business he went towards Kurapika. Kurapika raised his hands that his chains were located at and looked at Uvogin. Uvogin released his aura went for Super Saiyan. I mean he released his aura and destroyed the floor with just his Ren. Chapter 37. Uvogin punched the earth and sent out a wave of rock storm. His attack also created bunch of smoke. Kurapika dodged rock storm by jumping backwards. At the same time he sent out his dowsing chain which was shaped like a ball and chain. Seeing its power Uvogin started to dodge dowsing chain. Seeing that he can't keep dodging Uvogin went for an offense. He ran up to Kurapika and sent a punch to him. Kurapika blocked the punch with his left hand. Kurapika was sent flying but he again shot out his dowsing chain. Kurapika was uninjured from the Uvogin's punch. Then Kurapika started to make fun of Uvogin. This greatly angered Uvogin and he jumped forwards trying to attack Kurapika. But Kurapika was faster than Uvogin and he dodged Uvogin's attack. At the same time he sent a punch to Uvogin's back. After that Kurapika sent Uvogin flying with a kick. Not letting him to stand up Kurapika again jumped very high and came crashing at Uvogin's back. Uvogin angrily swung his fists to try and attack Kurapika. But Kurapika easily dinged that attack. Again Kurapika made fun of Uvogin. After hearing Kurapika's words Uvogin released his aura destroying the big boulder that was near him. Uvogin punched the earth and created a smoke screen. After that he used it to hide his presence. Uvogin ambushed Kurapika and sent a punch towards him. Kurapika blocked the punch, but his left hand was completely shattered. Kurapika landed on a rocky hill. Fight was already over. With Gyo I could see Uvogin was covered in chains. It was Kurapika's ability Chain Jail. A special ability that is created to restrict the spiders. Kurapika revealed his chains. After that he also revealed that he has scarlet eyes. After looking at his eyes, Uvogin remembered about that clan which they annihilated. After that Uvogin tried to free himself from the chains, but to no avail. Kurapika revealed his Hatsu ability Emperor Time. Normally Kurapika is a conjurer, but when his eyes turn scarlet he becomes a specialist. Emperor Time ability allows him to utilize all the types of Nen to 100% efficiency, for a conjurer. Kurapika explains this using the terms level, force, and accuracy. His levels in the various Nen categories remain the same during Emperor Time, but his force and accuracy for every category are raised to 100%. Thus, if Kurapika's level in conjuration was 10, his level in emission, the polar opposite or type, would remain 4 at the most, but his force and accuracy in any emission ability would increase from 40% to 100%, making him evenly matched against a level 4 emitter. However, the price to pay is considerable, as every second spent in this mode shortens Kurapika's lifespan by 1 hour. After that Kurapika used ability Holy Chain. Shaped like a cross, it cures wounds by drawing from enhancement abilities. When Kurapika is in a specialist state, it can heal serious injuries, such as a fractured arm, within seconds. Kurapika easily healed his broken left arm. After that Kurapika revealed why he has chosen to fight Uvogin before other spiders. As Uvogin is an enhancer that is confident in both his defense and offense. Also Uvogin was a lone fighter. And finally, as Uvogin is the strongest spider physically, if Chain Jail worked on him, it would work on everyone else. Kurapika enhances his hand and send the punch right to Uvogin's stomach. This made Uvogin spit blood. As Chain Jail forces the prisoners into the state of Zetsu, Uvogin was just little bit stronger than a normal person, and punch that was powered with Nen was too much for him. Kurapika sent out another punch and asked him info about other members. Uvogin only told Kurapika to kill him and nothing else. Kurapika again sent out a punch and broke Uvogin's arm. Kurapika again asked Uvogin to reveal other Phantom Troop member abilities. Uvogin stayed loyal and asked Kurapika to kill him. Even thought Uvogin is a trash who enjoys killing, he is loyal. He would never backstab his friends. Kurapika kept punching Uvogin. Knowing that he couldn't progress, Kurapika used Judgment Chain ability. The stake of retribution, a blade on the end of this chain, enters the victim's body and wraps around their heart. Kurapika gives the victim an order, which, if violated, results in the stake of retribution piercing the victim's heart, killing them. Kurapika himself has a blade wrapped around his heart, which he used to set the limitations for the use of Chain Jail ability. He is capable of issuing a minimum of 2 commands per stake of retribution. The rule that Kurapika set for Uvogin was to answer all of his questions truthfully. For the last time Kurapika asked, "Tell me where I could find others." Uvogin smiling answered him by saying, "Go to hell, you son of a bitch." After he said those words, stake of retribution crushed his heart, killing him. Young man buried a dead body in a Gordo desert, and left it there. But unbeknownst to him, after he left, another young man came before the grave. He stretched out his hand. After that, hand rose from the grave and dead body escaped his grave. I waited till Kurapika buried a dead body. After he left, I went towards the grave and stretched out my hand. I conjured peeping ghost and made it posse's a dead body. I could posse's only small living animals and train myself from absorbing their life energy. As the dead person has no life energy, I would not get anything from him, but it's a total opposite. I have to waste my aura to control a dead body. That's why I could control the dead body of even humans. I controlled Uvogin's dead body and made it come out of its grave. When I did that, I felt like some mad scientist that created zombies. I wanted to yell out, "It's alive, it's alive," after Uvogin escaped his grave. But I had more important matters to take care of. I controlled a dead body and made it follow me. Chapter 38. As my house was near the Gordo desert, it took me little bit time to arrive at my house. I hurriedly put the corpse in the refrigerator and made sure it would not start rotting. As I already have a corpse of a capable fighter, I don't have any reason to intervene to the storyline. I made sure it followed the anime. Mafia hires assassins to kill the Krullo and other Phantom Troop members. Phantom Troop members fake their deaths. Kurapika meets up with his friends. He later understands the truth and Leorio, Killua kinda volunteer to help him kill the spiders. Kurapika captures the Krullo, but Gon and Killua get captured as well. Both sides agree to exchange the prisoners. But before that, Kurapika seals Krullo's nen. Hisoka gets rejected. I really feel bad for him. Pakunoda is killed by the Judgment Chain after she reveals Kurapika's abilities to the remaining members of the troop. And at sunrise, September 5th, Krullo begins traveling eastward. Next day is when I have to make a move to complete one of my missions. September 6th is the first day of the Southern Peace Auction. That's the day when Finks and Phaeton steal a copy of Greed Island and enter the game. Their copy of the game is my ticket to complete my mission. Then you may ask why I didn't steal the copy of the game before Phaeton and Finks did? If I steal that game, it could have grave consequences. Most likely, if Phaeton and Finks did not get a copy of the game, they would lose interest and wouldn't play the game. If they didn't start the game, Shanark would have never found out that Greed Island is a real place that exists. And most importantly, it is located eastward from the York New City. Then the Phantom Troop enters the game illegally, but they're stopped by the Razor. Later, when Hisoka enters the game in search of Exorcist, he would be contacted by the troop members, so he can negotiate with the Bengan Exorcist guy. It's easier to just cooperate with spiders than to risk changing the storyline and fail my mission. I possessed the bird and flew after the car that was carrying the game. Shortly after, the game was stolen and people who carried it killed. When Phaeton and Finks were leaving, I landed next to them. Raising my wing, I said, "Yo." They both looked at me and Finks asked, "What are you doing in here? Do you want to die so badly?" I made a scared expression and hurriedly answered, "Please don't, I came to make a deal." Then I started to say, "I want to enter the game that you stole, and for it I will tell you something important. I'm sure you would be happy to hear it." Phaeton with fast hand speed grabbed the bird that I possessed and said, "We are thieves, and if we want something we take it, we do not bargain." I smiled and answered him, "You can try and kill me, but beware that one of you will lose their life just after me." After saying that, I looked at Phaeton provocatively and said, "I'm sure you know what I'm talking about." Phaeton is a conjurer, and with an ability Pain Packer, he conjures a suit of armor that will protect him from the effects of ensuing technique. One technique he has is called Rising Sun. This technique's power depends on pain and injuries inflicted on a battle. By the looks of it, it was a counteractive skill. Counteractive nen abilities activate after the user takes damage and return it to the assailant. Since the ability user strikes second, they run more risks, which increases the power of the ability. The greater the damage suffered, the stronger the ensuing counter. The most effective ways to neutralize a counteractive type nen user are to incapacitate them without injuring them or to kill them with one blow. However, some of them can even utilize death as an activation condition. By telling all this to Phaeton, I'm giving him a clue that I have a counteractive skill that is activated after my death. Phaeton, clearly angry, answered me, "Then we just have to torture you." I smiled at him and said, "You can torture me if you want, but the information that I have is far more valuable than me. I don't think you would want to waste time and torture me." "What information?" he asked. I looked at them and said, "I can tell you that after I play the game." They both looked at each other and did not say anything. With a smile I said, "In this world the only people I would not lie to is you, as I'm too from the Meteor City." People from the Meteor City share remarkable bonds which have been described as thinner than water, and yet thicker than blood, to the point they are ready to lay down their own lives for their fellow denizens. This was clearly shown by the tramp incident. About 10 years ago, a tramp without papers was arrested for murder. When the local law enforcement tried to look for information about the tramp, they found nothing. It was then that the tramp confessed that he was from Meteor City. They extracted confession from him and executed him. But later it was revealed that tramp was innocent and a drug addict committed that crime. Shortly after the information was revealed, a total of 31 people consisting of the police, judges, inspectors, witnesses, jurors and lawyers who took part in the false accusation of the tramp were assassinated. In one of them, a message was found near the corpse's foot, saying, "We'll accept anything you leave here, but don't ever take anything away from us." The assassins were 31 Meteor City residents that attached a bomb onto their chests, then exploded themselves with their victims, all at the exact same time, in different locations. All because one of their companions was falsely condemned. 31 people sacrificed themselves, and 31 others were killed, in the name of revenge. I looked at Phaeton and Finks and asked, "Do we have a deal?" Chapter 39. Today is September 6, 1999. Shanark realizes that Greed Island is not a game, but a real world in September 15, 1999. The same day Phaeton and Finks start to kill other players. I could play till September 14th and safely tell the secret to others. Then they would most likely try to enter the game illegally, so that they can take all the goods from here. But they would get teleported by Razor. I looked at Phaeton and Finks and asked, "Do we have a deal?" "Prove us that you're from Meteor City," said Phaeton. I took out the ID given by the organization and gave it to them. I followed by saying, "This is my ID." After looking at my ID for a second, Phaeton returned it to me and said, "You have an ID given by the organization but you're now just a bird. I can't just believe you. You could have just stolen it." I looked at him and answered, "I showed you who I am. If you don't believe me then I would just leave. You're not the only people with a game. But remember the secret I hold is helpful to you. It's not me asking for help but I'm helping you for a small price." After saying those words I started to fly slowly upwards. Phaeton looked at Finks and Ten looked at me and said, "Wait. You can join the game." After hearing those words I landed next to Phaeton and said, "Let's go then." 3 of us arrived at Phantom Troop's hideout pretty quickly. There I said hi to everyone and joined a game. Surprisingly, after wearing a ring and connecting with a game card, I could join the game as a bird, after I perform Hatsu in a gaming console. When I looked around I saw that I was in introduction space. There a young woman with a slim figure, big azure eyes, and long, silver hair parted in 2 ponytails by a helmet. She wore a black, sleeveless robe decorated with eye motifs, one right below her collarbone, one in the middle of her chest, and one on the upper part of her abdomen. Each of them has an azure clear and a blue pupil without iris. She was one of the GI Game Master, Ada. She started introducing me to game mechanics such as specified slots, unnumbered slots, book, and gain. All players will have a ring that allows them to use 2 keyword spells in the game, and is also required to join the game. 1. Book. By saying the keyword book, it will cause a card binder to materialize for the player's personal use to stash cards. 2. Gain. By saying the keyword gain, an item in its card form will turn back into its material form but can't return to its card form again. The goal of the game is to collect 100 specified cards and fill binder slots with the properly specified cards. There are also a total of 45 unnumbered free slots in the binder for storing undesignated numbered cards. The binder can also be used to check the names of players met on the island. I really have to praise Ada's professionalism. Talking Bird is not an everyday thing but she kept explaining the game mechanics like I'm a person. It's actually a praiseworthy. After the introduction I arrived at the game. I exited the Shiso tree starting point of the game, and started to explore the game. My mission was to enter and play the game. I don't know what system meant by playing so I took a safe road. I flew towards the Badlands. Badlands, a series of hills, composed of eroded sedimentary rocks, in dry terrain with minimal vegetation and inhabited by many monsters. It is where Gon and Killua were trained by Biscuit. I would just go there, kill few monsters and see if system counts it as playing the game. When I arrived at Badlands I saw my first prey. It was Hyper Puffball. It looks like a small black round fluffy puffball with a tail and skinny legs. The Hyper Puffball's ability to bounce at high speed propels it in straight seemingly random trajectories which actually has a pattern. Through careful observation it is possible to anticipate Hyper Puffball's moves and catch the creature, then turning it into a card. After I received the card I summoned the book and put it inside the binder. After that I again started to search for a prey. I looked around and finally I spotted a bubble horse nearby. The bubble horse releases white and red bubbles from its mouth, and shakes them off with his tail. The bubbles spread around and act as a diversion. White bubbles will burst if they come in contact with aura. On the other hand, red bubbles will burst if they touch anything other than aura, if it's a person in a Zetsu state, or any other object. To counter against this tactic, a player needs to keep track of all bubbles, diverting from them or switching quickly between Zetsu and Ten when contact is inevitable, until they reach the horse and grab it. Like that I started to hunt the monsters. Next day I already hunted every type of monster found in Badlands. After that I looked at my system and surely it stated I completed the mission. Now I had to wait till September 14th and then leave the game. I found a tree branch and started to take a nap. Chapter 40. Today was September 10th, 1999. Just as always I was napping on a tree branch. Slowly I opened my eyes. I was bored. Sleeping all day was good but you will someday get tired of just sleeping. There was nothing interesting to do. After some thought I flew up and started exploring the island. First thing I did was to go to Shiso Tree to see if new players have arrived. When I arrived there no one was there. I waited 3 hours and finally someone entered the game. He was a young boy with long spiky black-green tipped hair and large, hazel-brown eyes. His outfit was composed of a green jacket with reddish edges covering a black or white tank top underneath, green short shorts, and green, laced boots. Of course it was him, our protagonist, Gone Freaks. He was the first one to enter the game from his batch. He waited till Killua arrived and they both started walking. Shortly after that mob character A came and attacked them. But he was scared shitless when Killua got angry and ran away. I really wanted to troll them if I could but I can't change anything. Or I will forever be trapped in Hunter x Hunter world. Wait a minute. What happens if I fail the mission? Missions help me travel to different worlds so I always assume that I would be trapped in a world if I didn't complete the mission. It was a huge problem. I have to know the punishment for not completing a mission. I may even lose my life if I don't complete the mission. Everything is possible. I again looked at my mission panel and concentrated. Nothing changed. But I kept focusing on my mission panel. Again nothing changed. After looking at this I came up with 2 hypotheses. First one being that system-like entities hate humans like me, so there is no further explanation. Second one being the system I have no explained function. Was God so lazy that he couldn't even put basic explaining function? I had no other choice than to leave this problem for later. I would concentrate on missions and never let myself fail them. I got bored looking at the main characters as I already saw everything on the screen. So I flew away. After 3 days, I explored the whole island and found Phaeton and Finks. Before leaving the game I had to tell them the secret as promised. I landed next to them and said, I finished playing this game. Wanna know the secret info? Phaeton looked at me and said, talk. I was not affected by his rude words and calmly said, this is not a game but a real life. If this game was virtual reality our souls would have entered the game but body would have stayed in the same place. We were teleported here with our bodies showing this is not a virtual reality game, but a real world. We were just teleported here using some kind of ability. Is that all the info? Asked Phaeton, clearly not satisfied with the info he got. I'm not finished, just keep listening. I answered him. After that I again started talking. Its location is what makes this place important to you. And that is this place is located eastward from the York New City. Meaning that here you can find the exorcist that can help your boss get rid of Nen put on him. Phaeton was silent for a minute and asked, "How do you know what happened to our boss?" I looked at him and answered, "I just heard it by accident. When I was flying over the York New City. After saying that I took out transport ticket. I got it after beating Harbor Master. When I was leaving the game I was welcomed by the exit space. It was the same as the intro space. I looked around and was welcomed by the twin sister of Ada, Elena. Greed Island name is derived from first letters of all Game Master names. Two E's belong to two sisters. Elena explained that I'll lose all of my cards when I exit the game. I choose my leaving point as the Gordo Desert where my mansion was. I was transported near my mansion and I arrived at my house quickly. Now I had to do one thing, and that is to find a perfect opportunity to go to the Ant Queen. I don't want to get eaten too early and get reborn as someone like a royal guard. I also don't want to go too late, as if that happens I would be killed by Poitou. If I was just killed that would be okay. But what happens if I turn into a puppet just like Kite? We all know the real reason why Kite was reincarnated. I don't have a crazy ability that reincarnates me, so I have to be careful. If I'm not, I could forever be turned into a puppet that is used to train chimera ants. After careful consideration, I came up with the best possible way to go with my plan. Now only thing I had to do is wait. Wait. Till that fateful day arrives. Chapter 41. It is quite a dangerous job to enter and safely get eaten by the queen. If I go there too early I would be reborn as an inferior product, so I had to be in right time when she is eating to birth a king. And one such time was shown in the anime, thanks to all favorite character, the legend himself, Pakal. If you don't remember that guy, it's okay, he was that lucky that got hunter's license by the sheer luck. I dare even say that Leorio is far stronger than Pakal. Before the main cast entered NGL, one more team entered it and was destroyed by the Zazans, Hot Chimera Ant with Big Key Hash, team. That team was Pakal's team. Possibly May 25, 2000 they arrived at the NGL, just few hours before Kite, Gon and Killua arrived. Then they were annihilated, but a member of a team, Ponzu the girl with bees, escaped and sent out bees to the person with highest aura. She was later killed and eaten. The bees found Kite and relayed the message to him. Pakal wasn't killed at that moment but was captured. After 3 days Pito was born. She then tortured Pakal to know more about Nen. After that she fed Pakal to the queen. First part of my plan is to follow Pakal and his team. Till then I would keep practicing. Time skip. Now I'm standing inside of NGL, waiting for Pakal's team. Neo Green Life, NGL, was a self-governed country and part of the Mighteen Union. It used to impose a Neo-Luddite culture, and it was populated by 2.17 million civilians prior to its decimation. The people of NGL rejected any form of modern technology and prevent anything created from synthetic materials from entering their country. Any smuggling of technological goods, modern medicine, or weapons was dealt with through imprisonment or death sentence. Their main form of correspondence was through use of letters, while the primary mode of transport was by horse. In order to enter the country, one had to go through an extensive full-body examination, X-ray scan, and ultrasound. The NGL movement was first established by Gyro at the age of 21 and fully became a nation 9 years later. Gyro is also founder of the NGL's underworld. He used the isolationist policy to his advantage and created narcotics and weapons factories. He created and distributed the popular drug D². Today Pakal's team had to arrive. I waited for a few hours and they finally came. I followed them without alarming them. Shortly their team was annihilated by the Pike Pedo Spider. And Pakal was captured. My plan started now. I followed them closely, and because right now no and has awakened Nen, my job was easier. Following them I arrived at their hideout and found their kitchen. Second, a part of my plan started there. It was a simple plan. I would posse's a pig. Controlling him didn't take too much lifespan. He is chief that makes meatballs for the queen. Before coming here I made sure to learn how to make meatballs. I've already made meatballs a long time ago, from the corpses of Yeti and Uvogin. Before I turned their meat into meatballs, I made sure to get rid of their brain. I don't want Yeti and Uvogin to remember their past lives. It was shown that for a person to remember their past lives, Queen has to consume the brain. I also don't want my plan to get screwed. Also, what if Yeti's soul was far stronger than mine? My soul would not be destroyed, but I may turn into something like second personality. I'm that good of a person to let other people into my body. To not make anything suspicious, I would mix my special meatballs to normal ones. So to cover the taste of special humans. After I possessed a pig, I was finally in my last stages of my plan. And that is my death. As the death is ultimate limitation, I couldn't and wouldn't let this chance run away. I made a condition: if I get killed by a chimera ant, my ability gets stronger, and if that ant is pig, I would receive further boost. I also made one more condition, as today was Thursday. That condition stated if I get killed Thursday, May 25, 2000, my nan gets stronger. Just like that, I made bunch of conditions. After that, I used Zetsu and controlled pig and made him stab my heart. I was killed right away. But my soul still lived on. Even thought I can't control my body, I could hear everything around me. Controlling pig, I made him turn my body into a meatball. I kept feeding Queen with high-quality meat. First I fed her Yeti's body. It was long dead, so it had long lost its life energy, so his meat was not that different than a normal person's or animal's. But still it carried great genes of Yeti tribe. After that I fed her Uvajin's body. It was in far better condition than the Yeti's body. And lastly I fed her my body. During the time I controlled the pig, story progressed normally. After 3 days of Pakhal's capture, Pito was born. Few days later Shipoof was born. Time passed and slowly many squadrons were eliminated. But remaining squadrons kept getting stronger with Nen. Also Menthathuyupi was born. After that Queen ate last meatball made from my body. Pig's job was over and I made him self-destruct. Slowly I started to lose my consciousness. I fell asleep. This made me excited as this was it. I was being reborn. Chapter 42. I opened my eyes. My surroundings was covered by dark green material. Place was too small and it made me feel uneasy. My instincts told me to get out of here. I had to leave this place. My mind was in chaos. I kept hearing that I have to leave this place. I tried to move my body and to leave this place. Then I heard a voice saying, "Wait, it's too early." I could care less about that voice. I pierced the green cocoon with my hand and made an opening. After that I made the hole larger and slowly exited that place. I looked around and I saw many different chimera ants surrounding me. Slowly I regained my memories. When I was sorting out my memories, Peggy, a penguin chimera ant, ran towards the queen. Using my tail I beheaded him. I fully remembered my past lives. At the same time I remembered my plan. I still had 2 more missions to finish and I still had to follow the canon storyline. Before I reincarnated I thought thoroughly about what to do after my rebirth. I wanted to keep Queen alive so she can create an army for me and birth many kings that would be my food. Just think how wonderful it would be if I could steal power of the other future chimera ant kings. Just my own ability aura synthesis is strongest known ability in Hunter x Hunter world. Meruem's initial ability gives him strength through consumption. His aura grows every time he devours a user of Nen, with their aura synthesizing to his own. The same as in canon storyline, I also inherited this ability. But I rejected this possibility as fast as it came to my mind. This damn mission is far trickier than I thought. If I left her alive I would fail my mission. And I don't even know what happens if I fail a mission. I just couldn't risk. That's when I came up with a great plan. I moved my tail right in front of Colt and commanded, "Clean my tail." Colt was stupefied after he saw that Queen was in verge of death. Turtle intervened, laughing softly, and offered to clean my tail with a handkerchief. I killed him with a single swipe of my tail. Again I looked at Colt and commanded, "Clean my tail." He obeyed and started to clean my tail. While Colt was cleaning my tail I took a bite of Peggy. I felt nothing. Even thought I ate a creature from the same race, I felt no disgust. Even thought I have same memories and character traits, I was still influenced by the body that I stole. After Colt cleaned my tail, royal guards arrived. They all bowed down. Pito said, "We already prepared a meal for you." Shipoof continued by saying, "We would be your hands and feet." Pito said, "We would do anything you want." Shipoof said, "Please order us around." They led the way and I followed them. After few moments Colt ran up to us and asked Pito to heal the queen. Pito just couldn't care less about the queen as she was already useless. After that I made a hole in the castle and looked at outside. Then I went to the special place royal guards created for me to eat my meal. With corner of my eye I could see Colt flying away. I smiled internally. If I followed the canon storyline, I would most likely be killed. Before the battle Netero implants a bomb next to his heart. It explodes when his heart stops. I'm far stronger than the Meruem in the anime. Maybe even tens of times stronger. But I can't afford to take a risk. Even if this bomb doesn't kill me and poison doesn't affect me, people have thousands of such bombs. Do you think I could still survive if they explode thousands of poor man's rose bombs simultaneously? That's why I have to kill Netero before he implants a bomb. But Netero right now is not in NGL but in Hunter Association headquarters that is located in an unnamed continent, Swordani City. Later he would leave to Kukuru Mountain to see his old friend. It is far from here and before I go there I would already mess up the storyline. That's why I had to find a way to instantly go there. If there was a person with teleport abilities and I could get it by consuming that person, I would have teleported to the Hunter Association headquarters and went to Kukuru Mountain to also see Netero and his old friend. I would then have a nice chat with him. I could even borrow his Nen ability. I looked around and then asked Pito, "Bring me big size mirror." Pito brought it as fast as she could. I looked at myself in the mirror. Meruem had a rather humanoid build for an ant. He was muscular and toned, despite his relatively small frame as compared to his servants. He had 2 long antennae on his ears and a large shell-like armor over his head that resembled a helmet. There were dark pigment areas on his arms, legs, chest, and head. Meruem was always barefoot. He possessed a powerful tail equipped with a stinger that served as his weapon. Both his hands and feet had only 4 digits each. My look now differed. First of all I was far taller than the original Meruem. I was just a bit shorter than Shipoof, but I was still muscular and toned. Now I had 5 fingers and was more humanoid than original Meruem. I had a long and fluffy white scarf around my neck, most likely something I inherited from Yeti. I also had longer hair as I could see white hair peeking out of my helmet. And finally my tail got somewhat thinner and longer. The stinger at the end of my tail also got longer. If I remember correctly Colt would bring help after 4 hours. So let me wait for prey to come and enter my mouth. I'm quite hungry right now. Chapter 43. Only 2 missions were left. One of them was to fight a royal guard. Other one being fighting an Netero. I looked at all my guards and commanded, "You 3 attack me." Shipoof answered, "How could we raise our hands against you?" I released my Ren and answered, "You really think you could beat me? You think too highly of yourself. Now all of you attack me." They were frozen under my Ren and could hardly even move. Shipoof wanted to say something but before he did so I slapped him with my tail. I looked at him and angrily asked, "You dare to disobey me?" He hurriedly answered, "But..." Before he said that I slapped him again. And said, "Stand up and fight." After this they followed what I said. First one to attack was Yuppie. He enlarged his right arm and sent out a punch. I took it head-on with my own punch. I just used part of my power. But it was still too much for Yuppie. He was sent flying and his hands was broken. After that I sent out a punch towards Shipoof. Before my punch landed he covered himself in a cocoon. It couldn't stop my punch and was easily destroyed. When I was fighting Shipoof, Pito powered herself with Terpsichore and attacked me. She was too slow but I didn't try to dodge her. She punched me but left no scratch and instead she hurt her own hand. I looked at them and said, "You did well, now rest up." After the fight I went and started to meditate. I was more powerful than post-Rosemary, which was quite the feat. This fight was one-sided, so I couldn't even measure my own power. I waited for more than 3 hours and finally they arrived. Colt was followed by 2 people. One was a bespectacled young man in black and other being middle-aged person with a big pipe. They were Nav and Morel. Before they came near I hid my aura and made guards do the same. With the difference between our powers they could not even sense us. Colt led them to Queen's chamber. And I followed them. Colt looked at Nav and said, "Please hurry up or she could die." When Nav was about to use his powers, I used my tail and beheaded him. Pito attacked Morel. But he blocked her with his pipe. I looked at Colt and said, "You did well. Bringing me food." Then I looked at Pito and commanded, "Go and heal her." Pito wanted to disagree but I didn't let her to. He helped me and as a merciful king I have to help him. Pito followed what I say. I made Yuppie and Japur fight Morel. Then I went near the Nav's body. His ability was one of my favorite from the first time I saw it. His main ability is hide and seek. By touching a flat surface, like a wall or the ground, and drawing symbols in a circle, Nav can set and open a portal leading to an artificial Nen dimension, a 4-level mansion containing 21 rooms of various sizes. Each portal is linked to a specific room, with the maximum number of entrances being dependent on the size of the room. The largest can have up to 32. Each room is completely separate from the others. Normally each entrance can only lead back to the portal Nav created for it. However, Nav can use a master key to connect any room exit to any previously set portal. Also his portals are really hard to detect as even royal guards couldn't detect his portals that he planted in Royal Palace of East Gordo. I started eating his body. He was quite delicious, more than any ant I ate. I couldn't stop myself. After I finished him I saw that Morel was killed. I had to hurry. My plan was quite simple. I would steal Nav's ability and use it to go to Hunter Association headquarters, which is located in Swarty City. From there I would go to Kookaroo Mountain where Netero is now. I left Pito so she could keep healing the queen. I created a portal and used a master key to open the portal that is located in Hunter Association headquarters. Thankfully the dimension I got was the same as Nav used. If dimension reset my plan would have failed. Yuppie and Japur followed me. When I arrived there I used all my power and started running. Everywhere my feet touched was destroyed by just my speed. Floors got cracked by just my feet landing there. Like that, even in less than an hour I arrived before Kookaroo Mountain. This mountain was home to Zolid family and their butlers. Before me stood gigantic gates. With 2 hands I destroyed all the 7 gates that stood before me. After which I was confronted by a magical beast which I killed. I ran up to the highest point of the mountain to the Zolid mansion. Before I arrived there many butlers stood in my way but they all died. I had no time to waste as I already changed the canon storyline too much. I had to fight Netero as fast as I can or this could lead to grave consequences. And I finally arrived at Zolid mansion. There I saw Netero. He was with 2 other people. One of them was an old man of medium height with gray-white hair that stands upon his head and had a Fu Manchu mustache. Other one was a tall, muscular man with extremely good physical condition. He had long, silver blonde hair with deep blue cat-like eyes. They were Zeno and Silva Zolid. Finally I could measure my power. I stood in a battle stance and said, "Let's have a good fight." Chapter 44. When I was readying myself to battle I heard a footsteps. I looked around and when I turned my head around I was hit to the face with a fist that was covered in co. I too was not a pushover so I tried beheading him with my stinger. My stinger brushed past his cheek and left a deep scratch. But I couldn't let him be. I swept my tail sideways and cut off his ear. When I was exchanging blows with this person, I felt danger. I dodged to the side and surely the place I was standing received 3 attacks. One was a giant hand attacking with a chopping motion, other being a dragon-like head. And finally last one was 2 balls of Nen that exploded upon contact. The place they landed was the exact one I was standing. All 3 attacks exploded and destroyed part of the mansion. I laid down a portal in the place I was right now. I looked at the person who first attacked me. He was a super old grandpa that stood at 140 centimeters. You could guess his age by looking at his head. He had a bald head, which was quite the feat as he was a part of Zalad family. Just look at Silva and Zeno, their hair were full of life and beauty. He was a Mahu Zalad, the oldest member of the Zalad family. Almost nothing was known about him except that he was the only enhancer in the family. Also that Netero once fought him and was the only one that survived an encounter with Maha. I felt something and looked up. There I saw a helicopter and something was falling from it. Maha jumped and tried to get the things that were falling. Of course I just can't let him get it, so I jumped up too. But when I was nearing the helicopter, a dragon made of Nen attacked me. I just ignored it as it would not leave a scratch on me. I was faster than Maha and took the items that were thrown out of helicopter. They were just a normal-looking katana and a gun. They were most likely Maha's weapons. When he arrived here, he most likely just jumped from helicopter and forgotten to take his weapons. I looked at weapons and threw it to Maha. I would like to fight Maha when he was in best condition. Maha caught them. After that he held gun on his left hand and sword in his right. He started to inject Nen into katana and a gun. The amount he injected was quite big. He most likely had more aura than the royal guards. Slowly sword and gun started to change. Katana got sharper and changed color of its blade. It had a pink blade before he injected his Nen, now it was dark red. His gun got bigger and that's basically it. To check out what his weapons did, I pointed my fist on his direction. Skeleton head was conjured and with its bones covering by arm. This was my new ability, Ghost Bullet. After I was reborn, I created an ability for each branch of Nen type. This was a mix between emission, conjuration and transmutation. I would just conjure a skeleton that I could shoot in high speed, which explodes upon contact. I launched skeleton towards Maha. He too pointed his gun towards me and pressed on a trigger. A small Nen bullet was shot out. It collided with my ghost bullet and exploded. His gun most likely was an enhancement, transmutation, and emission ability. After the first shot, Maha kept shooting compressed Nen bullets from his gun. I dodged it by running sideways. At the same time others were trying to land a hit on me too. Silva kept shooting Nen balls. Zeno controlled the dragon's head and followed me. Netero kept performing first hand. I had to start killing them or this battle would never end. My first target was Silva. He only had a strong long-range attacks but was weakest in close combat from everyone here. Using my tail as a spring, I leaped towards him in a great speed. And when I was near him, I tried beheading him. He covered his fists with orbs and tried blocking my stinger. Upon contact with my stinger, those balls exploded, arming himself. Using the moment he was injured, I again tried to behead him. But before my stinger arrived before his neck, I was covered with small snake dragon-like creatures that tried to pull me to ground. I easily got rid of them, but before I did so, many golden palms descended upon me. Using Nav's ability, I escaped the palms. And not alarming anyone, I teleported to previously laid circle. The place I teleported to was close to Maha and Zeno. Of course I went for the weakest and attacked Zeno. I made no sound and hid myself well. When I attacked him with my stinger, he dodged it using his dragon's head. He conjured dragon under his feet and escaped my stinger. At the same time Maha attacked me with his katana. I tried to block it with my stinger but it phased through it. I knew I was in danger and moved my head sideways. He cut side of my neck. It was quite a feat to injure me, as my highest stat was not speed or power but my defense. The same time he cut side of my neck, I conjured an EP ghost. After I was reborn, my ability got much stronger. Now without wasting even a second of my lifespan, I could conjure a ghost that has the same explosive power as explosive orbs of Silva. It exploded but I was uninjured even though I was in the epicenter of a blast. Maha just had some small wounds. But that was all it needed. Slowly poison started to spread out. I was unaffected as I had terrifying poison resistance. Using smoke from explosion, I again used Nav's ability. I teleported to my other portals that were laid all around. I went to the portal that was close to Silva. and before he could even react I pierced his heart, killing him in the process. During this battle I slowly adapted to my new body. Now I could control body to its fullest. Massacre would start now. Chapter 45. Just after I killed Silva, small snake dragon-like creatures rose from the ground and covered me. Then they started to pull me down, and at the same time a katana came and attacked me from my back. I again summoned DP Ghost and exploded it. All the snake dragon-like creature were destroyed, and I used Nav's ability to teleport to other place. But when I was teleported, what came before me was barrage of golden palm attacks. I don't think I could keep using Nav's ability, as they most likely know where the most portals are. The mansion was already destroyed, and the mountain that we were in also had many craters. When I was receiving barrage of palm strikes, Nen bullets were also raining on me. Palm strikes were useless against me, so were Mahu's Nen bullets. Only thing that injured me so far was Mahu's katana. If I could kill him I wouldn't even care about Zeno and Netero's abilities. He was an epicenter of my 2 EP ghosts, so he already was poisoned. Even thought Zolid family have developed resistance to poison and electricity from young ages. Mahu was still really old person. You could just see just how weak his body got by looking how his body deteriorated due to his old age. Poison would have not worked against Silva or Zeno, but it will surely work on Maha. Even greatest of warriors succumbed to old age. I just had to wait. Now I had to choose between Netero and Zeno. 1. Netero kept sending palm attacks towards me. I concentrated and looked for a pattern. Slowly I predicted all the palm strikes. At the same time I evaded them all and came before Netero. When I came near him it was his end. Using my fist I made a hole in his chest and then beheaded him with my tail. 1. I again used Nav's ability and teleported near Zeno. Then I attacked him with my fist. He evaded my fist using his dragon's head. I knew he would use that attack, so using my tail I propelled myself towards him. At the same thing I kept sending ghost bullets towards him. And when I came before him I killed him using my tail. Only me and Mahu were left. He looked at me and saying nothing attacked me. His sword could phase through objects, so I had to get rid of it. My tail was longer than his katana, so when he attacks I could cut off his right arm. Blocking his katana was useless. After fighting with 4 of them my speed increased tremendously. Now nothing in this world is faster than me. Even Mahu's supersonic sword strikes were in slow motion for me. Using my tail I cut off his hand, and arrived before him. I looked at him and said, "You did well. You were the first person who could injure me. This is greatest honor someone could receive from me." After saying that I beheaded him. Then I looked towards other corpses and saliva couldn't stop flowing from my mouth. First I tasted Silva's corpse. After eating him my aura increased quite a bit. But I didn't get his explosive orbs ability. Then I ate Zeno and received Dragon's Head. After that I consumed Netero and also got his power 100 type Guan Yin. And finally I ate Mahu, but something was wrong. Mahu clearly had greatest amount of Nen from everyone here, but my Nen reserves increased a little bit less than when I ate Silva. After eating all 4 of them, I had a new understanding over my powers. From 5 people I ate today I only got 3 powers, showing that I couldn't always get power when I eat someone. Or maybe I got those powers but couldn't use them as they are locked or something. I really wanted to have Mahu's ability that makes swords phase through object and living people. All the phasing abilities are so overpowered. I looked at my mission progress bar and saw that it was complete. Now I had to choose if I want to stay in this world. I already got everything I needed here. So I looked at my stats, which said greater than stats. Greater than strength overpowered, you're just overpowered. Greater than speed overpowered, can move faster than speed of light. 3. Greater than durability overpowered, you're indestructible in this world. Greater than intelligence stupid, readers think you are stupid. I don't want them to stop reading my story because of you. So you're now stupid. 5. Greater than abilities. Greater than mine immortal soul, has indestructible soul. Has weak possession power. Nen Master, 10, Zetsu, Ren, Gyo, In, En, Shu, Ko, Ken, Ryu. Hatsu, 6 little helpers. Greater than body Hatsu, or a synthesis. Greater than supernatural Hatsu, hide and seek. Hatsu, dragon's head. Hatsu, 100 type Guan Yin. Greater than miscellaneous skills master of hand-to-hand combat, advanced firearms mastery, advanced sniping, advanced soundless movement, advanced knife mastery, master sword mastery. Greater than mission follow the canon storyline, but accomplish tasks stated below. 1 participate in hunter's exam and become a hunter. Completed. 2 fight Hisoka. Completed. 3 become Nen master. Completed. 4 fight Netero before he is dead. Completed. 5 visit and play Greed Island. Completed. 6 fight a royal guard ant. Completed. Greater than progress 100%. Continue press me. Greater than status safe, excited. Using my mind power I pressed continue button. Slowly my surroundings changed and I was inside of a white room. There he stood drinking a Pepsi. Him who sent me to Hunter. I looked at him and asked, why am I here? He looked at me and answered, just to help you. After he said that something appeared before me. Chapter 46. What appeared before me were 2 choices. Greater than choice 1, reincarnate as powerful as you are. Greater than choice 2, increase difficulty by 100 times for one-way ticket. I looked at God and asked, what is this? He looked at me and smilingly said, this is your choices. Let me explain. First of all, I can't just transmigrate you from one world to other. So to travel different worlds you need to be reincarnated there. But there is the problem, many worlds don't have crazy powerful creatures like chimera ants. They don't even have chimera ants race in many other worlds. So if they don't have that race you can't be born. How could normal people have chimera ant baby? But because I forgot to mention that I could make an exception. I could reincarnate you as a chimera ant for the next world and that's all. What you do after that doesn't concern me. I wanted to kill this useless god. Readers were correct, he was really useless. I looked at him and asked, what is one-way ticket? And what did you mean by increasing difficulty by 100 times? He answered me by saying, one-way ticket is the way for you to help one other person to reincarnate with you. The person you will choose would be bound with you so you both would be reincarnated in the same time and same place. You can choose to buy more tickets but every ticket costs 100 times difficulty. By 100 times difficulty I mean you will get 100 times weaker, your skills too would be weakened by 100 times and it would be 100 times harder for you to increase your power. But last one wouldn't affect you much because the people you devour would be 100 times stronger and give 100 times more benefit. Then this is an easy choice, I said and continued by saying, I would like to reincarnate without increasing difficulty. God evilly smiled and said, are you sure? Is there something you didn't said? I asked. God continued, do you feel like it's harder for you to increase your power? I thought about it and remembered that when I ate Maha the amount of aura was less than Silva's. Even thought Maha was far stronger and had more aura than Silva. I looked at him and asked, why are you asking me this? Your new body has unlimited potential to get stronger. But that doesn't mean you could get stronger easily. The higher your power is the harder it would be for you to get stronger. And ultimately you'll get so strong that you couldn't get more stronger. Not because you don't have a talent but because you don't have unlimited resources. But when you use one-way ticket, part of your payment would give you a little boost and you could reach more than you could before with less resources. I thought about it for a few minutes and said, okay, then I would like to get 3 tickets. Also, what happens if I fail the world mission? God smiled evilly and said, that's you're gonna know when it happens. After he said that I was kicked out of White Room. I looked around and found myself being in the ruins of Zolodka Mansion. Now I have to think of a world to reincarnate to. To keep my body I have to reincarnate in a world that has a way for me to keep my race and also to reincarnate in other worlds. The world where craziest powers could be found. but I can't come up with any. I thought of a world that may possibly help me, but it would only depend on luck if I get such a power. That's when I remembered someone. The person who could help me. I used then to search that person and found an underground staircase around the ruins. I went there. The eye came before the tunnel. I walked towards the end of it. What came before me was now an iron high-tech door. I broke it and broke the next door too. And I finally reached my destination. I was inside of a room full of toys and little girl was there. She had a long black hair, blue eyes, and pale complexion. She wore the traditional clothes of a Japanese shrine maiden, with boots and a headband adorned with emotional cartoon faces. Framing her face are 2 locks of hair, each fastened by 4 hair bands decorated with the same cartoon faces on her headband. She was the youngest member of Zolotk family, Aluka Zolotk. I felt really bad for her as she was left here and locked away. Aluka shared a body with Nanika, a creature that was brought here from Dark Continent. Nanika has a special wish-granting ability that is so complicated that you could write 100-page book about it. After a person fulfills 3 of Aluka's requests, Nanika will assume control over Aluka's body and grant 1 wish. The wish does not have to come from the one who fulfilled Aluka's requests, as even an extra party can have their wish granted as long as it was declared during Nanika's appearance. According to Killua, the degree of wish that Nanika can grant is probably infinite, going from briefly levitating a person into the air to altering probability and reality to make any effect occur. Nanika is capable of effortlessly teleporting someone to another continent and is also able to lift Gon's vow and heal his mangled body. However, the greater the wish made to Nanika is, the harder to fulfill the next 3 requests will become. The one that must bear the burden of the next 3 requests is not the one that Nanika granted the wish to, it is the next person that Aluka makes requests to. If that person declines or fails to fulfill Aluka's requests 4 times, at least 2 people will die with an increasing amount of casualties correlated to the scale of the previous wish. Originally, there were 5 rules about Nanika's power known by the Zoldyck family as a whole from their trial-and-error experiments at the expense of their butlers. 1. If someone fails to fulfill Aluka's requests and gets killed, the difficulty level of Aluka's requests returns to level 1. That is the best time to make a wish. 2. If Aluka is making requests from a particular person, they cannot be moved over to another person midway. Therefore, if that particular person disappears, such as concealing themselves, Aluka is unable to make requests to anybody else. 3. If the person fulfilling requests dies midway, it will count as a failure and at least 1 more person will die. 4. Aluka cannot make requests of someone without knowing their name. 5. The same person cannot ask Aluka for consecutive wishes. I came near her and said, "Hello, my name is Noryum. Can I know your name?" She looked at me and answered, "Hello, my name is Aluka." After I had a conversation with her, she asked me 3 wishes. They were basic ones, so I easily did what she asked me. Then Nanika appeared and I made a wish to be lucky. Also, I asked her to make me more lucky after my death. The next world that I go to get the power I want, I need a luck. Even if I don't get that power, this luck could help me find the person who could have such a power. After that, Yuppie and Poof came here. I made them stay here. And I used Nav's ability to go and find Killua. I gave Aluka to Killua and went to get Pito. Of course, I made Killua and Gon sleep a little before bringing Aluka, as I don't want to kill them. Now I'm standing in ruins of Zolotk Mansion and before me stood my royal guards. I used ticket on them. And they had to die to reincarnate. I looked at them and said, "This world is small. I don't want to rule this world. I want to rule many worlds. Do you want to follow me?" "Yes, we do." They all answered. After I heard their voices, I killed them. And ate their bodies. I got Metamorphosis of Yuppie, Cocoon of Poof and Dr. Blythe of Pito. I looked at System and said, "I want to be reborn in the world of My Hero Academia. I want to be the same age and same place of birth as the main character Midoriya." And that's a wrap, hunters. Another amazing Hunter x Hunter fanfic completed. Like I said at the start, there won't be any more on this fanfic unless enough of you all shout at me. So yay. Massive shout out to the original author, their links are in the description, so be sure to show them some love for this masterpiece. If you're new here and love HXH as much as I do, drop a like and consider hitting that sub button to officially become a hunter. Your support seriously keeps me going and motivated enough to keep uploading. Don't forget to check the community posts, I'm always running polls, asking for feedback, and letting you vote on what I should do next. I'm still learning the ropes on YouTube, so your input means a lot. That's it for now. Peace out.